Good morning, everyone. Call to order, seeing that we have a quorum here of the special meeting of the Planning Board. We went into recess yesterday afternoon, and now we're going to resume that meeting. The Planning Board will continue the discussion from May 25th, 2023 meeting to consider the conditional zoning map for Riptide Builders LLC. Moving into that, I'd like to first start off with the planning board members to see if they have any initial thoughts as we start. We made some significant progress yesterday. Sybil, anything you might want to add?
No, I do definitely still have a lot of serious questions that I would like answered, and I think we should put the priority of what's good for the town of Sunset Beach ahead of everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry? Okay. Ron?
Well, my only my suggestion for the board to consider today is that we get into some of the heavy residential sites first, 12A, 16, 17, 7, for a couple reasons. One, I think there's going to be a considerable amount of question and concerns in some of those areas. And because we're going to have a gap after this, it would give everyone a time to mull it over, and even the applicant maybe to mull over some of our questions and concerns. Because I'm assuming we're going to need to carry this over to June 7th, give them some time to take a look at our questions and concerns and maybe be able to respond at that time.
Can you give me those numbers again?
The way I see the residential ones as 12A, 16, 17, and 7, of course, is a bifurcated, or whatever you want to call them, kind of got both in there.
Mm-hmm. And so is number 15, but
well, if we get to 15,
let's just bite off
we
that.
can put 15 last.
Planning board, what do you think? Any issues with in that order? Because we had agreed on a slightly different order yesterday, but the order does not matter to me. We have to go through each one individually.
You probably need to finish item 11 since it was tabled.
Okay.
That's just
Yeah,
my suggestion.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. We had moved on to subject track 1 following number 11, so I was assuming that we had at least set it aside and we're going to go on and do all the other ones. But if you advise us that we need to rethink that, that's fine too.
It was my understanding that we would pick back up with 11 today,
Okay.
and then since we got through 1, just continue in order 2 through whatever.
Well, I think the planning board's wishes would be to change that order a little bit, but I think on advice of council, we need to get back and look at 11 if the applicant is agreeable.
We're certainly open to addressing the parcels or the sites in whichever order the board wishes to do so. We are prepared, and our team has done work related to Site 11.
Okay.
Following some of the concerns addressed, and so
does the rest of the planning board agree that we can go back to 11?
That's good.
And Todd will speak to that specifically related to some of the things that we dug into. I will also say, just as a general point, as part of our review following yesterday's meeting, although we will have to see the plain language of the ultimate condition the board proposes,
As we will too.
Correct. What I will say is that the general concepts that were proposed yesterday related to specifically setbacks and height, setting aside the office building Site 11 that we will get to, in talking to our team, are generally agreeable from a conceptual standpoint. We'll have to see the plain language, but I do want to put that out there and show that we took the comments of the board very seriously and went back and did work last night and this morning.
Well, we kind of broke the area, Clint, up in, I don't want to say into 2 areas, but there's a northern segment that has a new office space of 2,000 square feet and a proposed garage of 1,200 square feet. And then, the applicant had wished to continue that legal non-conforming rear setback, which is now 10 feet on the existing single-story building, and continue that on up to the street, Old Oak Lane. And we had had some issues with that.
Correct. And Chairman Larkin, I just want to back up for a second. My comment just then was for the other sites other than this site. I just wanted to convey that.
Oh,
that
I
for,
see.
For the other sites related to the setbacks.
I
And
thought you were
height.
talking about.
No, I was talking generally related to the sites that we covered yesterday.
Okay.
Again, we will have to see the precise language of those conditions, but I do want to convey that we went back and from a general standpoint, the conceptual additional conditions that were proposed by this board, I do not, at least at this point, foresee being an issue.
Can you make a note of that, please, Wes, in your notes? I think that's important. There are several things that we addressed in all the other sites. That's what he's referring to.
Yeah, that they were generally agreeable. Yeah, I mean, they're still going to be reduced to writing all the same. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I just wanted to
Sure.
to
Thank
put
you.
that on the record.
Well, that's
No, I
good to know. If
appreciate
there was
it. Yeah.
if there was a
Yes.
deal breaker, then it's nice to know
I-
prior to getting.
Based upon our
deeper.
review, I do not see that.
Okay. All right.
It's agreed to, so it's all agreed to.
Yes, nothing's agreed to unless it's all agreed to. So we appreciate that. Thank you, Ron. We were talking. Are we going into site 11 now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You want? I mean, you gave us.
I will let Todd handle this portion. He's had some of the specifics and some additional documentation that we're going to hand up to you.
Additional map, because you guys need more maps.
Yes.
So I could find my way home.
I have an SUV. I could probably get it.
Mr. Chair, did you also want to set a time because we've got applicant that's going to be leaving at a certain?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah,
I only heard about it anecdotally, but is
and
there a
already-
time
so-
schedule?
So I have some more flexibility than originally
Can you email it to me now?
anticipated. I
And
do
just give it
think
to Katie.
that the hope is
Come on,
to
guys.
obviously cover the rest of the sites as efficiently as we can. Certainly want to be thorough and address all the questions.
Okay.
I can do 3:30 as well. I can bump that back, and there may be some additional flexibility. I think 4 would probably be the latest.
All right, so for the edification of the board and the attendees, we're looking at possibly ending today at 3:30 due to some scheduling circumstances. But we'll revisit that as we get longer into the
Yeah,
day.
that sounds good.
You've got to travel across the state.
Yeah, but again, if we are making progress, I certainly don't want to stop the train.
4.
Okay, you let us know.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You'll be the conductor.
I can do that.
Todd, you're going to give us a little
Yeah.
view.
So we broke down the site in a little more, a lot more detail, just to show a clearer picture of why we are locating and asking for the additions in this area. So when you look at the existing area, you'll see that lot 35, that has an existing residence next to it. That's in the bottom left-hand corner of this picture. And they currently don't have any buildings or structures built next to them. It's against a heavily wooded area. You've also got the sign for Sea Trail in that area and a large easement that's, I believe, owned by the STMA, the Sea Trail Master Association in that area that encumbers a good portion of that buildable area per se. The proposed future office space use, because when we originally purchased this building, our goal was to have everything in our company located in one location. This would be something that would front load off of the, would have a frontage off of the existing parking lot, the existing design. If you look, you can kind of see, for your reference as to what on the last page there, on the second page, what the building looks like today, and some of those other pictures show what it looked like before. We do have a residential scale building. We're at 24 and some change building height. We'd like to keep this as a single story structure, keep it in line with that area against this vacant lot where, we feel that our improvements to this site have actually helped what's been going on in this area as opposed to the previous structure. Lot 31 obviously knew that there was a commercial building there and bought with that being the intended purpose.
I don't understand what you just said.
Lot 31, which is the vacant lot adjacent to ours.
Yes, which is 108 Old Oak Lane. Yes,
Yeah, lot 31 there.
yeah,
Vacant lot. That
Yes.
the homeowner of that property purchased that lot knowing that this was commercial property, commercial use next door to them.
okay,
Everything that we're building would be residential in scale. We'd be looking for a height. We could probably go something like 26 feet maximum height limit on this area. This would be a single-use office for our companies, Sea Trail Realty, Riptide Builders. The garage space there would be utilized so we could have golf carts that we can take clients out or guests around the neighborhood, signage where the company can be kept inside as opposed to like seeing a lot of real estate companies having to utilize accessory structures and things of that nature. And this could be something more in line with the residential scale and look of the community in this area. We wanted to take advantage of the existing impervious coverage and driveway parking areas that are there and extend what we could in that areas and just kind of keep everything tucked within the buildable area and the enhancements that are in that area. So that's what we're looking at there. And not to disturb the, like I said, building 35, which is the single family home. The single family home that's already in existence and start putting buildings down on that end. The other thing you'll see is if you go into the second page of this project where you see the actual building elevations and the interior layout of this building, the side that faces Shoreline Drive, that side of the building is where all the mechanical equipment is located. That is where, power, everything comes in on that side of the building. Offices are set up over there, the plumbing for the restrooms, things of that nature, as opposed to what our original vision for what could potentially be done on this building would be to utilize this area on the right side as you're looking at the project and be able to take that breezeway from there and utilize this for future development. So there'd be a courtyard area, an area where people can set up some picnic tables, and like I said, this would just be for single-use business like ourselves to to keep all of our folks in one location. I'm happy to answer any questions that you need.
Several questions. Sybil, I'll start down with you. If you have any specific ones about what Todd just shared with us.
No. And, I'm working my way through it while we're talking, but and the reason you want to do it this way, explain that to me one more time.
Well, up at this way, this is against the vacant lot. You've got an existing vacant lot. They haven't built their structure yet. They've purchased this knowing that they were going to be against a commercial use, because that commercial use has been there since, I believe, the early 80s. Mm-hmm. And then to keep everything residential in structure and kind of nice and tight with the existing building and the parking that's in this area is to...
because you're considering this pretty much, because it's such a traveled road, this would be the entrance.
Well, you certainly wouldn't
one of the main entrances into Sea Trail.
Yes, ma'am. This is a busy entrance at Sea Trail, obviously, coming off of Shoreline Drive the way it's.
And this is going to be large enough for your company?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that has been taken into account. I also think that in terms of how this is situated, one of the important considerations is in the effort to have that 25, 26 foot height limitation and also one-story design in a very residential aspect. That is why we're proposing this 10-foot setback, which is already in place as well. So that's the reason. If we were to go to an increased setback, we would need more flexibility on the height just because of what you just mentioned, the need to have the sufficient space for the operational aspects of the office. So that is where we're trying to balance interests from a standpoint of, yes, this is the 10-foot setback, but we would be agreeable to, again, that 25, 26 foot cap on height, and also keeping it to a single story, which we believe is preferable from just an impact standpoint.
And the 26-foot height would be a maximum both for the garage and the proposed office building.
Correct.
Correct, yes.
Jerry?
When I first started to look at all these plans, and my mindset was to make sure we maximize the rear setback with anything that's contiguous with a homeowner. In this case, I don't think I have, since there's an existing building there, I don't think I have a problem with the 10-foot setback as it shows.
Ron?
I guess I'm the opposite, I guess. We have not heard from, as far as I know, the owner of 31. have
That's
we?
what makes good collaboration.
And I guess I'm not moved by the statement that they knew that there was commercial property there, because as a real estate purchaser, and if they would have inquired on zoning, it would have been told that their lot, the lot behind them 35, and the lot next to them was MR3, correct?
Depends on
That's what they would have been, that
Depends-
was the known facts at the time.
Depends on when they purchase the property.
Weren't all three of these lots always MR3?
Yes.
Okay.
Not-
So knowing that
Can't go back.
the owner of 31 and 35 knew what their side setbacks had to be, even if it was the old MR3 or the present
The
one.
C Trail office at one point in time, I believe, it was rezoned in the early 2000s to MR3. At one point in time, it did have a commercial zoning designation.
It was given a status of legal non-conforming
That's correct.
because it was
So
reclassified.
I'm certainly convinced that the 31 can't say anything about where the existing building is, because it's there, they knew it. It's a visual thing. But we're proposing two new structures that, and this is my only concern, is the setback behind the new structures only. And I don't think it's appropriate for whoever owns 31 to put new structures where it wasn't there, so they couldn't see it. And if they did their research properly, they would have expected 25 feet there. And their side setback is small. It used to be probably, what was it before, 5 feet on the side on MR3? It's now 10%, but
It's 10%, yeah.
so,
It was minimum 5 feet, yeah.
right. So you got two structures that are going to be, I think, closer together than the owner of 31 would have expected.
Yeah, this is-
So my only concern is the setback behind behind the proposed new constructions.
And
Now, might be pushed to 20 feet as opposed to 25, but I'm really not comfortable with the 10. there.
and Mr. Labruno, I think again, this was put into place for several reasons. One of which was just because the existing structure was there and had that setback. From our perspective, it is no fundamental change to those adjoining properties. From a strategic and just from a minimizing impact standpoint, this was put into place so that we could, as I mentioned, we could restrict the height of it to that 26 feet. We could restrict it to a single story. It would be residential in character. It would very much match what is in that area. If there's additional setback that is imposed upon us as part of this, we will need to go vertical to allow for capacity.
And I think one of the other things that we need to take note of is that these aren't separate buildings. These are additions to the existing structure.
But MR3 allows 35 feet, correct?
Height,
So the owner of 31 can go to 35 feet.
yes, in the,
And I have no objections to allowing the owner of this lot to go to 35 feet.
And I think from our standpoint, what we're trying to do is say we will further restrict ourselves in a show of good faith to, again, minimize the impact if we can, as a compromise, get that 10 setback, which is existing.
Which on the other hand, on the other half would be also when you do a landscape buffer on a 26-foot tall building, or could even be a little bit less than that potentially. By the time you put a fence up and you allow evergreen shrubs, do an opaque buffer there on that 10-foot property line, you allow that vegetation to grow up at a rate and at a size that can overtake those structures and block them. If we go up higher, we're not going to be able to block them.
I'm going to insert something if I
Sure,
can.
absolutely.
Because I want to make some good progress here. I'm going to talk about a portion of the site that's a little simpler. I'm going to talk about from the existing building south, going towards Shoreline Drive west. And I see no reason for this board to accept the 10-foot rear setback offset that you have running all the way down towards that 25-foot setback at Shoreline Drive West. To me, I believe that starting at the existing single-story wood building, which you're building there right now, I agree, is very attractive, more attractive than what was there before you took it over.
We appreciate that.
We'll call a spade a spade. I don't believe you have a buffer in behind it, though, but
No, there is not right now.
yeah, yes. And because what you're trying to do is take advantage of that jog that's by lot 35 to have more space to use. And if you're saying that that's a wooded area they're trying to preserve, I don't see why you would need to use it. Okay, just food for thought. I believe a 25-foot setback from your existing building going towards Shoreline Drive West is appropriate, not the 10-foot you've shown. Going on the north side where you show your office building, the new one, and the new proposed garage, I believe you could figure out a way to put that office building on the south side. I understand the utilities, I understand the complications, but I believe it could in fact be orchestrated. When somebody tries to build on lot 31, if you look at all the homes along Old Oak Lane, they are roughly 25 feet from Old Oak Lane as a front setback, as an actual setback to their homes. If that person that is going to now build on the vacant lot number 31, which would be the address of 108 Old Oak Lane, they could position their house so that it would be directly opposite or directly to the side of the new proposed buildings and not really be interfering at all with your existing structure that's there. Your existing structure at a 10-foot setback is a fact. It's there, it's legal, it ain't going nowhere. But to expand that to the which I think would be the detriment of the person moving in and trying to build on lot 31 is an unnecessary condition to be providing the applicant. I think they can work around it. I think they can move the office on the south side and move the garage out further towards the parking lot. In other words, closer to Cliffhouse Road.
And our response, and certainly understand what you're saying, is that because of the existing utilities, we have existing electrical and HVAC, the cost is frankly prohibitive to put it down there. It is something that was looked at. It was something that has been reviewed extensively. There are just issues related to putting it down there. What I can say is that, and again, as discussed, if this board is going to propose an increased setback there, we will need additional height. And from our perspective, we believe what we've proposed is the most minimally impactful proposal for those adjacent sites. That is our position. I would also say that I can tell you, if we do want to, and I don't know, this would be a new one for me where we have a staggered setback, but if the board would agree or recommend or kind of go with what we have proposed here for that south portion setback, we can increase the setback down there to protect that.
Okay, so the south area is not as much of a bugaboo as the area where the new office building is proposed.
Correct. If the board wants to have an increased setback down there, we can certainly.
Something that was stated, and I see why you stated it. You talked about whoever bought 31, and I know 31 was for sale several years ago. Somebody bought it and has not chosen to build on it yet. And obviously that the single-story wood frame was there when they bought that lot.
Sure.
But you made the statement about that they should have anticipated a commercial lot being there, and I see it. It was the Sea Trail housekeeping office or reservation office or whatever it was.
It's been a little bit of everything.
Yeah, exactly. But even at that time, MB2 had a 20-foot setback in the rear. So it's now that's been changed now a couple of months ago, which to 15 foot, because the town is trying to be more business friendly to making lots more practical for businesses to in fact develop.
May I interject a couple of things, Mr. Chair?
Please.
What sort of notice was given to the owner of lot 31 about your plans?
That they would have been given the same notice
Not a direct notice, just a general notice.
It would have been, yeah, I am not aware of any,
They would have
of
been
any
mailed,
direct, but they would have
correct?
been, they would have
Yes.
received these
Yeah,
plans
they
and
would
been
have
aware of
been
what is
mailed.
proposed.
And I take it you haven't heard anything from Lot 31 owner?
We have not.
So I
It
understand.
does not show that they mailed anything to the Lot 31 owner. It shows that they mailed something to the Lot 35
Right.
owner.
It's part of the overall notice they would have been mailed.
Well,
Well, I'm
So-
looking at the adjacent property data and dimensions, and it gives people's names, addresses.
So-
That's a different.
That's a different.
Yeah,
that's a
that is
different-
different. As
yeah.
part of this process, we were required to mail out notices that include what we're proposing to, and it was a substantial undertaking,
But-
and we were over inclusive, so they would have received notice.
What I'm trying to, my point is, the board here is making valid points on behalf of what we think Lot 31 may or may not be concerned about. I could put the other devil's advocate hat on and say they got notice, they're not here to advocate on their position against this. But I also am sensitive to the board's concerns of, well, but we don't know what Lot 31 thinks. It sounds like we're going to be coming back on June 7th. That sure would be nice if we had something from Lot 31, because what if Lot 31's owner comes in there and says, you know what? We don't mind the 10-foot setback, and we don't mind you giving this approval if it's going to keep the height at 20 feet or whatever is there. They might say, you know what? We agree with Chairman Larkin. We want those setbacks to 25 feet, and they can just go up in height to 35 feet. We don't care. We just don't know, right? I mean, there's a bunch of supposition right now, and we just keep doing this, if you ask me. Nothing's changing, nothing's moving the narrative or moving it forward because we don't know where 31 stands on this.
some of this is consistency on policy
Agreed.
too.
No, I agree with you, but this is one lot.
I mean, if they can get
Versus-
some written agreement in paper from the owner of that property.
They're not required to.
Well,
They've
but-
noticed them.
I'm not even saying that. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a written. If the owner just sent an email or showed up and said, we have no problem with this, or they get it, not that they have to, but it would sure be nice because right now they don't know, you don't know, I don't know. And so you get down to, well, we think we know where Lot 31's owners would be on this. And I hear you. We've got other residential, much more voluminous residential stuff to deal with than one lot right now, right? And so I just think that this might need to be tabled again, unless you're prepared to make a decision today, irrespective of what Lot 31's position would be, which is fine too. And I guess June 7th comes around, if they secure something from Lot 31's owners that say, you know what, we'd rather it be this than that, then you could revisit it at that time.
So from our perspective, I think that the silence of the Lot 31 owner speaks to this. I mean, if there was a substantial issue with it, I would have imagined we would have heard.
Maybe.
I am just putting that out there, and that is what our position would
That's
be.
what I would certainly argue in your
Yes.
position.
I
I think their concern is just, we don't know.
We have an obligation as the planning board, as appointed people, to represent the citizens, the UDO, the land use plan, and I'll read it, evaluate impact on surrounding properties. And that is a part of the conditional zoning agreement that you're submitting this application under.
Absolutely. And what I would say in response to that is we have also done that with this proposal. As I have said, we are prepared to condition it to a single story, condition it to that 26-foot height restriction, make it so that it has minimal impact. We can also discuss potential buffering or fencing as well. That is something we could consider.
And can you make that south border 25 feet?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
That would be
We
our
will preserve the
proposal.
entire south side if that's what
I mean,
the
Yeah.
board is interested in.
whoever builds on 31, that house is right next to the proposed future office space. It's almost coincidental to it.
That's correct. Again, we've noted that,
Right.
Ron, if they mailed you, you would have had the opportunity to show up. They haven't showed up. But the other question is, I think we need to move on, but it sounds to me like the applicants are also saying that they're not going to build anything on the southern part of that site. So would it be agreeable to the board if they condition that they're not going to do anything on that southern part of the site and allow them to do something on the northern part as another option? And
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I hear you say we'll preserve the southern side,
yeah.
that to me says you'll restrict it from
Correct.
future
Yes.
development.
Correct.
so
We-
all
we'd
that
be happy
remains.
to include that.
Yeah.
But well, and I'm not for that. They could put parking underneath there and still save all the trees. And they could satisfy their parking requirements for
Larkin,
golf carts and things that they talked about.
Would to go back to your comment earlier about the 15-foot setback and, for that you changed for MB2 to be business friendly?
Yes.
Would that be, we would be willing to go to a 15-foot side yard setback.
That's a consideration. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it.
I guess if we were saying that the person that bought that, be interesting to know what it was, but it was 20, right?
It was, MB2 was 20-foot rear setback until about 2 months ago when we changed it to 15.
So I guess my position is.
So that
20.
owner would not be privy to the 15-foot.
Right.
It
My
happened.
position would be 20.
And again,
As
we
opposed
are,
to
as
25.
part of this proposal, in restricting the southern portion, in restricting ourselves to a single story, going below the allowable height here, that is why we're asking for a bit of a concession there. Because otherwise, we will have to go vertical on that. And that is what we don't want to do.
Well, but you could go vertical and the person, and again, we're beating this dog to death here.
I know, and
But
I guess I'm
it's-
just highlighting
But
the
the person
concessions
who
that we're
owns
willing
lot
to
31 should anticipate that you're going to go to 35 feet because you have that right to.
Right. But I think what our response to that is that we're willing to make it more minimally impactful on them. And in exchange for that, and in exchange for providing these concessions, we would like a very minor concession on that setback. As we just discussed, we're willing to go 15.
Where do we
Mr.
go?
Chair, as a legal nonconformity, technically, and I would need to confirm this, but they're not allowed to go higher right now. That
You mean they can't change the building?
they can't go up.
Okay.
As at present.
And right
So
now, you're probably 25 or 26 feet.
they're not proposing to,
It's
but I
on the
want to
second
point
page.
that
Yeah,
out.
25
Okay,
feet.
all right, I understand. As a legal nonconformity, they can't make major changes to that.
They cannot expand in any direction.
Okay, all right, from where they are now.
Correct.
Okay.
Are we tabling this or
I feel the pulse of an impasse right now. So it's,
Well, and we're happy to revisit it. To me, I think we've gotten to a place, and I don't want to speak for the board, where if we have that height restriction, we have the 15-foot setback, we have the restriction on the southern part. To me, that, and again, I don't want to speak for the board. It sounds like we're on the same page, there,
Like
but I don't
civil.
want to speak for the board.
I'm sitting here listening to all this and I am changing my opinion. But to me, I think all of us are trying to figure out what the owners want. It's the owner's property. It's their responsibility to know what's going on next to their property, not our responsibility to do it for them.
okay, there can be conversation about that, but yes, I
Yes,
hear
yes,
you.
you can.
I
You
hear
can.
you. I hear you.
But it does seem like they're trying to go the extra mile. We can wait for a letter or a phone call or a text or an email if you want, or we can, and just move on and
I guess
give it.
Citizens really don't have a right to change the ordinances just because they say, oh, that's okay, let the guy next door to me do it. Even the Board of Adjustment won't agree to that.
there's going to be another option for public input here too. There's going to be another hearing and another mailed notice at the town council stage. So this is not the last time that they'll have the input.
And so our proposal would be those conditions that I just talked about. If
Would
the
you be
board-
willing to reach out to Lot 31?
We will, again, we will certainly do that as part of the
I
process.
think that's key.
But we would still ask that it move forward with those recommended conditions that we just discussed. We think that is an appropriate balance where we have provided additional conditions, and then we will reach out to them, and they, as Wes mentioned, they'll have the ability to provide comment as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Richardson to my right. By them willing to reach out to Lot 31 owner or the planning board considering reaching out to Lot 31 owner, now that we've already met all the requirements set out in North Carolina General Statute for notification, are we putting ourselves in any legal trouble there?
I don't believe so. I mean, at the end of the day, this is one lot, one owner. We've got these other tracks coming up where there's a lot more at stake, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think this is something anyone's benefit, including the minutes on this, we're not creating or carving out any sort of statutory exception here. I don't mean to sound callous, but I would have been arguing what Clint hasn't argued because he's trying to be diplomatic here. But at the end of the day, these people received legal notice. They had an opportunity to come yesterday and give public comment. They had an opportunity to be here today. I'm assuming that notice was received. They're not here. And so these folks are being held to what ifs, which are valid what ifs, but at the end of the day, there's a process, and that process has been satisfied by the applicant. If the applicant voluntarily wants to make a special effort on this particular case as an accommodation for the conditions being approved or what have you, I'm fine with it. They're not required to do it. If they want to do it to, a bad word, but to appease this board, I'm fine with that. And like Wes has said, there's going to be another opportunity coming before town council, and there may be another opportunity anyway coming up for planning board on June 7th. But I don't believe there's any kind of legal precedent that this would establish for all the other tracks we haven't covered yet.
Thanks for clarifying that, Chad. That's important. Sybil gave a comment that she's kind of changing her mind a little bit, but and added another caveat to that. Jerry?
So you're proposing now to increase that 10-foot buffer to 15 feet?
Yes, sir.
What does the impact to do on the square footage of the building?
There'll probably be some reconfiguring of the building. I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, obviously,
I don't think it will materially
No.
impact that.
So, and we'll stay at 26 or 25.
Yeah,
whatever.
yes, 26.
So I went from 10 feet, so I'm now at 15 feet. I'm happy with the 15
And then
feet.
also the restriction on the southern portion, we're happy to include that.
On?
As shown, not satisfied.
I'm sorry.
As proposed, not satisfactory.
Okay. I hear what our attorney says, and I take his words very seriously because he knows a lot about this town. He knows a lot about the law, and I don't. As far as you having to go back, I'm not suggesting you have to go back to lot 31. Finish, please. On Old Oak Lane. However, we have an obligation to uphold the ordinance and the land use plan and look at impacts on surrounding property. And from my position, I'm looking at the impact on that surrounding property. They did not know that your legal non-conforming situation was going to be continued directly along the area where they could potentially buy their house. So I am reluctant to agree. However, you've compromised at 15 foot as a side setback, and I'm not happy. I know I can't make you go back to lot 31 because you've already satisfied the notice requirements of the conditional zoning. So I'm betwixt and between. I will acquiesce at 15 foot, as provided that the southern area is 25 foot.
Correct. And I will say that we will reach out to them.
Thank you.
And again, they were provided notice of this in relation to the setback.
I didn't see that you had provided them notice, so
we were required to.
And they were also noticed of the public information meeting.
Yeah, you're fine. The 15 feet accommodation that you're agreeing to, that's going to start and stop where, and then pick up to 25 feet. Or are we doing 25 any longer?
It's going to start at Old Oak Lane, and it's going to proceed down to the edge of the existing single-story building. And then a 25 foot is going to pick up from the south edge of the existing story building and go all the way down to the side setback along parallel to Shoreline Drive.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I think that simply adding a 15-foot rear setback and that no disturbance or development south of the parking lot essentially captures that. But they can also put the side setback out to 25. They can jog it from the existing building.
I'd rather have that permanently. If they don't own it 30 years from now, somebody can go out there and build something in it, and I want that setback to be on record.
Well, the condition would restrict that. So I think we're happy to because it folds into one another. But I think what Wes is saying is that the setback may just be duplicative of the restriction on building on the southern part of the
Yeah,
lot.
but then someone could come in and make an application for a variance or to have the restriction lifted, and I just
And look, we believe it's subsumed, and so
You can still accomplish progress on that southern end with parking and still maintain the beautiful oak trees that are there now.
Yes, and that would be the plan as part.
And I
of
realize the sign is what really hobbles you there, the entrance sign.
correct,
Yes.
and so that would be part of our contained within our offer is to maintain obviously the
All right,
existing.
we're not voting here yet because we still have other things to get together, like notes and things, before we can look at the whole thing. But is everybody willing to move on?
Move on.
Okay, we're moving now. Are we moving back to number one, or are we going, or did we finish? Were you satisfied that we finished with number one?
I believe so. I think we had gotten to a place related to conditions and restrictions on uses. If we need to revisit that, we're happy to. But
I
thought
don't
we-
need
I
to.
thought we had gotten to a good compromise related to some of those aspects yesterday.
No, I do not need to, but Mr. LeBruno raised a suggestion that the next item we would go to would be item 12A. Is that acceptable to the applicant?
That is sure.
If I can find it.
I know.
It's behind you.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my notes. My pages are all over the place now.
Well, we're not talking about 12, we're talking about 12A.
Well, hey, there it is, stuck to 12.
All right, 12, would you want to give us an overview, Clint, on that, please?
Yes, and
You don't mind me referring to you by your first name? do
No,
you?
please do.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Cogburn is my dad, so please do refer to me as Clint.
Okay.
So yeah, this site is located in front of the River Creek condos, as you know. And what it is planned for, it is essentially a future phase of that condo project. The plan is to develop a single building, which is shown there on the site. And for that to be similar to what you see as part of like the sawmill development. And so there's obviously be some easements reciprocal to sawmill so that they can use entries. There'll be common maintenance, so it will fold into kind of what is existing there. The intent there is just to have it blend in and be similar to what is existing, and so that is what is slated for this site.
How many units are you putting in it?
Well, one.
Yeah, so we have said a maximum of 12 units, 4 units per floor. The building is not to exceed 3 stories.
A question, will that be a separate entity from the River Creek villas that are there
It
now?
would have its own HOA.
Okay, so it's
There would
independent.
be some cross easements.
Okay, but
things like that.
it's on its own.
Yes, sir.
I have to ask our planning director, Chad,
One thing I would note too,
let me please ask this question. Our ordinance for multifamily buildings says that a lot size must be 40,000 square foot minimum.
That is correct.
This is 34,000 square foot. Does it, I don't want to say does it matter? Does it, because this is a conditional zoning proposal, how many things can we tweak?
If they're asking for that to be part of this, they would be obviously foregoing asking for this lot to be looked at for multifamily where it doesn't meet the 100%.
And I do not have the ordinance in front of me.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the minimum lot size is 32,000, and I may have that incorrect. That is what I have noted here.
MR3 is
Oh.
40
Yeah, 40,000 square foot for
multifamily.
For MR3, yeah.
And so yes, as part of this, and given the low aspect of this related to the units and the size and what have you, that's obviously part of our request.
Let me ask this question to the applicant that might help. When this building would be done, and would it tie into the existing Reedy Creek condos that are there now?
He said it would
So
have
it
common
would have
parking.
Yeah, there'd be common, just kind of like Sawmill, there'd be some commonalities. but
So
they'd be
eventually
separate.
you'll, like Sawmill, you're turning those over to that HOA.
Correct.
So when you look at that, And you think of that, go ahead, Tom.
No, this would be its own separate
said it would be its
HOA.
own
Yeah,
separate
and that was
And one of the important things to remember is that this is something that everybody who has bought in River Creek should be aware. But their documents show this as a site for an additional building since the inception of this project as well.
But there's a
No, just
you know
letting
the technicality though.
No,
That's-
absolutely. This is just historical background data, and I'm just sharing it with you that this was all.
Sybil, what do
laid
you
out.
think about this?
I'm getting educated as y'all were talking, so
Okay.
I want to hear a little bit more.
Jerry?
Since they're asking for conditional zoning, I don't have a problem with the decreased from 40,000 down to 32,000.
Okay, down to 34.
34,000.
Mr. Ron?
What is the height of the existing buildings around there? Are they also 40 feet or something? or-
No, they're 3-story.
So is this 45 feet you're asking for essentially the same as the other ones?
yes.
You know, I mean,
Yes, from my perspective, and again, I've not been out there and don't have the exact heights in front of me. The intent is for it to be
essentially the same.
unnoticeable in term if there is any difference.
Well, they're not 45 feet. I've looked at them. And in fact, the way those are set up, they're kind of squatting down. The first floor is not raised at all, or that much. And I would suspect that those condos, even counting chimneys and cupolas and wood stork sitting on the roof, are not over 40 feet.
And so what we could propose is to go to 40 feet as part
Okay.
of that from the 45.
Yeah,
We're happy to reduce that
Yeah, that's fine.
maximum height.
Yeah, and I guess I'm okay with
Yeah.
depending how you calculate the density here, I think we're at 15.6 or something. Is that what this is?
Uh,
Or
They're
will be?
15 and a half units. And it has a land use classification of high density.
Yeah.
So the high
They're up-
density would be 21.7 dwelling units.
So-
an acre.
Yeah, if we
So-
go with what they're saying with the height of 40 feet, should blend in okay.
So the only
Good.
condition then, no structure shall exceed 40 feet, correct?
So far, I believe that's correct.
Uh, The access, and I think Chad, Todd, you've already answered this. The parking lots that are going to be out there are going to be, the casual observer is not going to know the difference between a parking space for this new building and the existing 8 River Creek condo villas that are there now. It'll be, except for maybe a new pavement line that you'll see, it'll look like one large parking lot.
So
I'm not saying that's a negative, but
Mr.
No,
Chair,
It
that
would,
would
it would
be a-
have to meet all the landscaping requirements, and it would kind of be its own site unto itself. So you
Well,
wouldn't
somebody-
be able to enter from one parking lot to the other than the shared drive access.
Would this have a separate entrance then, or
No, it's anticipated to use
use
shared-
existing?
well,
one of the things that might help, and Todd just started to touch on it, is that this would be a known site. So
You know where it is?
the shared parking would not come into play. They would have to support its own parking on the site along with their own landscaping. That might connect to the other adjacent multifamily complexes there now to use for ingress and egress.
Mhm.
But the parking on itself will have to be self-contained on that lot.
And that is from my understanding. the
Yeah, I don't
goal
need like
is
30.
so that it does blend and is seamless, and there's likely to be cross access
So-
just to allow for the
You'd have
So,
a-
for example, if we get down the road and we approve this as a multifamily site with all the bells and whistles that they proposed, they get on there and they can only support the building that parking would allow. So,
okay, and I have no problem with that.
Okay.
My question, which hasn't been answered, is to the
how
casual
do you get
observer
into all
that
this?
drives into there,
Here's
all the
property.
parking's going to look
How do
like
you
it's
drive into there?
contiguous.
Mr.
You're
Chair,
not going to have a
we-
gate to go, not a gate, but you're not going to have delineated islands that separate the parking between this building and the existing.
we can't control that. Just the same as if someone was coming here to the office over there and they happen to park at the town hall. That they need to get towed.
Okay, well,
what I will say is
it would
if-
have to be, if it was Mark, yeah.
Yeah, that's
hear you.
and Chair Larkin, just briefly, again, this is something we will work through with staff when we go through the site plan process. As Chad mentioned, we will certainly work with them to make sure we meet the ordinance requirements first and foremost. What I will say is my understanding here is that it will effectively blend in with the existing condos,
Okay,
and that
and-
is the goal.
And I accept that.
Yeah.
When you go to the site and look at it, when you kick the tires, as we call it, the existing dumpster for River Creek condos is within the property line that you own. They're trespassing, if you will. But the largest segment of the property that you own, that you're talking about putting this multi-family
Sure.
unit in, is over near that dumpster, and it also is the access and egress that comes out of that side of the parking lot. It's there, the River Creek Villas parking lot. It would appear to me that I suspected as I walked it, you're going to have to close that entrance.
That entrance, if you go back to the original documents, is probably not exactly where it should have been located back in the early 80s when that
I
site
can
was
see
built.
that, yeah.
And much like Sawmill Townhomes, when we had to go in there and their dumpster was sitting on our property, when we reconfigured the property and went through the site planning approval process, we had to meet the minimum requirements of the ordinance for trash and what have you, and so did Sawmill. So everything got redesigned to make sure everything met the ordinance, and the same principles will apply to this project as well. You know,
But I would
they'll have to
suspect,
relocate their
let
dumpster.
the record show that I would suspect that you're going to be relocating that, I'll call it the west entrance to River Creek condominiums.
That is certainly a potential, yes.
And we will work with staff to make sure that there is safe and proper ingress and egress, and we will commit to following the ordinance related to those requirements.
Okay. And this is number 12A. And you have a 25, can I read? It's hard to read, but is there a 25-foot, we'll call it a boundary, all around that property?
So the proposed setbacks for this lot is 30 feet off the front, 25 feet off the left side, 20 feet off the right side, and a rear setback of 20 feet.
Okay. And you're reading that off of the data sheet?
I'm reading that off of my staff report that came from the data sheet, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. I said what I'm going to say. So it's
So are we headed to site 16 then?
Mhm.
Okay.
Trying to.
too much paper. If you only had one site before us, it would make my life a lot
Easier.
Mine too.
Whose idea was this?
16?
We appreciate the board bearing with us through the volumes of plans and designs, and sort of appreciate your patience. Here on site 16, this has always been planned as Discovery Lakes, and that's a multi-family condo style development, which is what is being proposed. What we are showing here is a maximum of 216 units. If you do the calculations for MR3 based upon the site, and when you look at the site, you do have obviously, and when you do those calculations, you back out open space, the 30% open space requirement, in addition to some of these other areas shown. What you have is a maximum of 217 units. So we're actually a unit below that threshold. And we're happy to have that as a condition with the 216 units. We are reflecting a 25-foot project boundary bordering Clubhouse Road and a 20-foot project boundary bordering the golf course as reflected on the site plan.
In the lake?
Yes. And so
Yes.
we're asking that we have a maximum building height of 50 feet. And we believe that is appropriate. When you look at obviously the aerial of this site, you have considerable buffering along the golf courses already, and with the lake. And the intent obviously is to maintain that buffering. And we believe that the 50-foot maximum height is appropriate given that, and with what we have proposed. Additionally, we'll meet all parking requirements. We'll meet landscaping and buffering requirements or exceed those as shown in Article 10. But that is what we are proposing. Again, this is a proper location for this, just given where it is situated, It would not be invasive or harmful to adjacent properties. It would provide, again, Mr. Larkin, I think you spoke to kind of golf package ability. The intent would be to sell these to owners, right? And have them sold to owners, but have those owners then be able to participate in the short-term rental
If they
program.
chose.
Absolutely. Yes. We would not, we could not obligate them to do it, but that is the vision for this.
These are larger units too, I believe, like
Correct.
not 2-bedroom, but 3 and 4 bedroom.
Correct. These would be large 3 to 4 bedroom style condos, very high end. The goal is, again, to make them attractive to individual owners and then also to potential short-term rentals.
Hey, Chad, can you give me, what would be, if they built this, the number of parking spots they need to have? Is it, we go to it, I don't, can you refresh my memory?
If you give me about 5 to 10 minutes,
Oh.
I can provide that
Do you
calculation.
guys know, I mean, because 216 units, is it bedroom size too? You get 2 per unit plus
But,
1 per over 3?
Yeah.
And
If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll be able to provide that.
and what I will say
calculation
is
for you.
that has been looked at. I don't have that exact number, but I know that our team has looked at that. What I will say is, obviously, we will, as part of this, and we've included it as part of
Where
our
I'm
proposal.
going with this, I guess, is that's a lot of units. And then if you get a lot of parking, is there enough dry ground to put all this?
And what I would say in response to that, if it is ultimately not feasible when we get into the site design, the units will go down.
Okay. Sybil, what do you think about Discovery Lake?
I just think it's a lot of apartments or condos or townhouses or what, I don't know the correct term for all of these things. My concern, and this is just bringing it to the forefront, it's probably not appropriate, but we are building a lot of townhouses. And according to the land use plan, we are supposed to be residential. To me, residential are people who live here year round, not people who buy it to rent it, people to use it for vacations. And it seems y'all aren't proposing any, to my knowledge, any homes, any single family homes. You're just doing a lot of townhouses and rentals. And I'd like to know what the ratio is between the townhouses and condos in Sea Trail and the single family homes.
Sure.
They've got applications in for about 500 single-family homes in Sunset Beach already. I'll bet the number's there, isn't it?
No, we did 93 homes in Gulls Landing and 150 in Pelican Reserve.
Okay, so that's
And Pelican
250.
Reserve, if you remember correctly, was originally approved for 535 condominiums prior to.
And what about
Split them out.
Birdwatch and
Birdwatch was 49 houses, and we did 5 homes at Crooked Gully Point, and then we had.
But the point is, I'm trying to
We've done the
make you answer her
single-family
question.
side. We've done the single family side of the project, so to speak. You know,
Okay.
we've got all that approved. I mean, we've got years.
I'm
worth of
not saying that you
inventory.
didn't get it approved or anything. I'm just saying, are we becoming predominantly a condominium townhouse development? Or are we a homeowners
No,
development?
and this is consistent with what Sea Trail was aligned to be. There's an existing stormwater permit that is still active with the state of North Carolina from the original Discovery Lakes project. This was laid out and approved by the town, this particular site, for the Discovery Lakes condominium project when it was first approved. as well.
2006.
well,
Yeah,
I
2006,
understand
correct.
all of that you're saying, and I'm sure you've got reasons that how you can do this legally and everything. I'm just saying, trying to watch what we want to be a residential community as opposed to a for-profit community.
No, and that's completely understand that concern. I think it's there are multiple responses to that. The first of which is kind of what Todd went into in terms of the previous single family numbers that were built, which are considerable. So their Riptide itself has done extensive single family to promote
60.
the availability of single family housing in this area. Additionally, I understand your concern about keeping it residential. Having townhomes and condos and accessible multifamily is part of that. It is a blend of those. You certainly don't want it to be oversaturated, but we don't believe that any of what we're proposing is oversaturating it at all. We believe that it is appropriate to support the redevelopment of Sea Trail, the revitalization of the golf courses. I would also make the comment that this is zoned MR3 already. So what is being shown again, is something that has been contemplated as part of the UDO to be approved.
I have that drawing and I
Yeah.
appreciate that, yes. Jerry, or Sybil, were you
No,
finished?
I'm finished.
Okay,
I don't have anything.
okay. Ron?
Mr. LeBrun, if I may,
Yeah.
I have an answer to your question. Before I give you that answer, I want to
Strap
do some-
myself in.
No. Well, sure, if you want to, if you wish. Again, it goes back to the parking situation. If they're proposing 250 some odd units or whatever that.
216.
Yeah. So, however many units they want to propose, they would still be limited by if they can propose X parking for only 200 of those units. That's
Okay,
what
so
He said that would downsize.
But-
I'll make sure I know, I see where you're going. He's going
So,
on it. So
but-
say they design a 216 unit building
Sure.
and then they calculate the parking
Yes.
and we don't have any ground left. They'd be forced
Correct.
to reduce the size
Yes.
because
Yeah.
of the parking.
Yes.
I want to make sure. I
So-
understand.
Correct.
So, and for the applicant's point of view on this, we did it calculation based on an average of 3.5
Bedrooms per
bedrooms
unit.
per
Yeah.
units or whatever.
Because that comes up to a whole pile of parking spots.
It's 756
Yes.
parking
Right.
spaces.
You got
And-
got more asphalt than you have ground.
And again, the design elements, I'm the attorney. I will let the designers and engineers ultimately speak
Right,
to that. But what I will say is that to the extent that we cannot meet the parking requirements
Yeah.
and meet the other design requirements, we will have to reduce
You'll
the
downsize.
units.
So I'll
I-
continue my thought here. One is that they are subject to state stormwater. They would be subject to the UDO. They would be, so there's other restrictions to that. I understand your asphalt farm thing here.
There's landscaping involved.
There's
with that as well.
landscaping involved with this. However, the thing we're here to look at is the use of the height restrictions and the setbacks. We can get into the details of the parking spaces when it comes back for our preliminary and final plat reviews that will be in front of you as well.
Does that satisfy you?
That makes
Yes,
sense.
but going to like Sybil's concern, are they're asking for something that again probably will not be. I hate to say probably, but there is a non-zero probability that can't be done anyway.
However,
And my next point, and then you got it, is my understanding is that this in the land use plan is medium density, right?
that's correct.
Which is 11.6 units per acre.
So
It would be
They're
consistent.
slightly above the high density. They're at, my calculation
So-
gives me
The
21.8.
UDO
so this
Control
one would
MR3.
calculate
Hold on.
out.
Yeah.
He's going to intervene and maybe
and
stop
so
the
the
need for
calculation,
conversation.
and again, I'm not trying to. I just want to make sure that it is clear that the UDO for MR3, it's my understanding that it is 21.7 units.
So two things. One is the land use plan is consistent here because they're at 7.1 units per acre. It's a 30-acre site. There's 216 total units. So you divide 216 by 30, essentially.
The other thing I want to finalize on
But
is
that
like if they're
includes the
asking
lake.
for something that they cannot do, then ultimately in the design phase of this process, they will figure out exactly what they can and cannot. Ultimately, we're here to look at the use and use dimensions associated with that, with this
Okay.
tract.
But the acreage there includes the lake. They do it at the bottom on their table here, where they take the lake out.
That is based on the terms of the ordinance. That gets into the UDO requirements for open space, and so they backed that out as well. And so they're looking at it twofold. In the land use plan, it's a net density,
Mhm.
Regardless of whether or not it includes ponds, lakes, etc. The UDO has a different calculation for how you calculate density and open space requirements, and so that's what they're basing it upon. So essentially, what they're requesting is what that site could yield at a maximum. So if this board is not comfortable with 216 units, for example, you could say we would request less. It is in fact, in line with the terms of the land use plan. I do understand that there is a large body of water there as well, but
Yeah, according to my calculation, I get 21.8 based on dirt,
if
Earth.
you just calculate the earth.
earth. Right.
Okay.
All right,
So-
I'm going to add my 2 cents here. If are you done?
Yeah. So I would have.
Sybil
That's okay.
already is. We've already come through.
Okay.
I haven't spoken. Couple of things. I appreciate the fact, and I'm in favor. I appreciate the fact that the overwhelming majority of this town wants our golf courses to improve. And similarly, they want it done carefully. I look at the area that's out by the North Gate on Clubhouse Road as being an area that is somewhat isolated from other residential areas. Now, I'm going to limit that to the portion of subject 16 that is north of the Discovery Lake tertiary treatment pond. And now I'm going to talk about the area, the leg of it that's down along the bird number 11 course hole, and directly across the street from I call it the Eastwood Charleston Village look places, which I think are extremely attractive, and directly across from your new Birdwatch homes. And I think a 50-foot tall series of multi-family homes there is not appropriate. However, north of the lake, I think that area is appropriate. And to kind of back that up, there's been reference made to the previous approval of Discovery Lake, and that was limited to the area north of the lake. It did not include any of that strip along the west side of Clubhouse
Say that
Road.
again, I'm sorry.
The previous approval, which now that owner has lost their vested rights because that was in
Sure.
2006. They haven't done anything, so they've lost their plat approval,
Yes.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they can't build that anymore. They'd have to come back before
Sure.
town, the planning board. So I'm encouraged by the 4 buildings that we're putting up, and now I've reduced it from 216 down to maybe 100 units. I don't even know if it's 4 buildings because you've taken away that layout that you had originally provided us with.
And I can provide some clarity there. The intent, and again, it just goes to wanting to not have too large of a building. Want it to be, again, similar to the developments you just spoke about, Chair Larkin. The intent as part of this is to do 5 buildings up there in kind of the north portion of it, and then have the 4 buildings here along the leg. I will also note, and I understand your comment, is that for those people buying into Birdwatch and who bought lots, they were made aware and signed consent forms related to what is being proposed here today. So there was notice provided to them as part of that process that this was the intent of Riptide moving forward with this property. So there was sufficient notice provided to those folks, making them well aware of what was planned here.
And I have a drawing that shows the futuristic look that Riptide has put out, and that area was shaded in like a brown, which was labeled as multi-family. But I don't think it said 50-foot tall condominiums with 10 guys, and I go to golf outings, 10 guys on the balcony raising hell at midnight because they're only there for 3 days.
So again, these will be owned separately, right? That is the intent. We do plan, or at least there's intent to allow those owners to include them in the short-term rental program. Obviously, that is at their discretion. That is necessary to support the economics of this entire proposal, and these sites are crucial to that. Additionally, again, in looking at these sites, when you kind of locate the buildings, you see that there is sufficient buffering here. There is a lot of tree cover that will remain, and that we believe in conjunction with the notice that was provided to these property owners when they purchased property, and the consent provided to what was going to go here, specifically this multifamily condo style development, we believe that makes it appropriate, both in terms of size and scale.
Did you say, I'm gonna make sure, that the north lobe 5 buildings and what we could call the south lobe 4 buildings? Did I hear correctly?
That is
your
the
thinking
current
now?
plan, yes, because
Estimated plan.
in terms of breaking out the units so that it is, you don't have just a cluster. you have an appropriate separation that allows for buffering and those types of site elements.
Well, I'm sure our attorney is rolling his eyes back into his head when he hears things I say, like 10 guys in a golf package, and I do it too. And I realize that that's an inappropriate
24 unit.
litmus test for your application, but it's the reality of what a 3 and 4 bedroom condo is going to be best utilized for. And so
So those are 3 stories, 8 per floor. You got 24 units per
Cor-
building.
they're 50,
Correct.
they're more than 3 stories.
Or it's 24 units per
24
building.
units per building.
And again, that is done so that it can be very attractive. Those can be very high-end condos. And again, it is done in that way so that there can be separation between the buildings, so that it blends well, and then we can have appropriate buffering again to mitigate impacts to
Yeah,
it.
but 3 stories is not going to need 50 foot. It's
No, these are
4
not
stories?
3 stories. These are 4.
okay. All right.
4 stories.
Okay, I just heard 3.
We all-
That's right.
I said that. I didn't.
Yes.
We also have a police department that can enforce the noise ordinance and people acting like hooligans. The more you keep mentioning these golf trips, though, it makes me wonder,
Yeah.
when am I going to get invited to one of these?
Could I make a
Sybil.
The other thing I'm thinking about is, I think that what you're explaining to us is, on a larger scale, of course, exactly how Sea Trail got started. And they built all the townhouses and everything, and then it went south. And I have heard that one of the reasons that played into it a lot was people had bought a lot of these townhouses, and they rented them all the time, but they didn't keep them up. They didn't keep them up. And then when the golfers came to have their good fun times, and I'm totally in favor of that, they couldn't get condos together. They couldn't get condos that were decent. Is this going to be governed by an HOA, these townhouses? I mean, that hold people responsible for what they're, I mean, we don't want what happened 20 years ago, what had happened in the last 20 years to happen again.
Yeah, and so I think, and that is a welcomed comment, and certainly the intent here is not to have it be recklessly run or run down or anything. And again, the design.
I don't know that you even really need to address it, because you can't control that anyway.
Right,
Well,
but-
it's a separate HOA.
But yes, there
so
is an HOA.
It's a
obviously.
separate
An
HOA.
HOA
Yeah.
could.
And what we will say is also there are limited units in the rental program now, and so the goal as part of, again, this site and the site we'll get to is to further support that.
Well, to summarize my position, and we've all spoken here, I'm in favor of the general concept you're talking about north of Discovery Lake, right at the entrance to Sea Trail. I would want to see access and egress, because that's there's an island there. I mean, it needs to be designed.
It needs to work with the cross.
Yes. But
Understood.
the area parallel to the Bird 11 and across the street from your existing Birdwatch, I've gotten emails. Well, I got at least one email that I can remember off the top of my head from somebody that already lives in the new Birdwatch homes. And when they saw these plans, they said, "What?" So,
And again, I think that there is clarifying again that there will be fewer buildings on that, so that we can again make sure that it is properly buffered. We're happy to discuss certain buffering conditions. The unit capacity is again critical. These sites are critical to the functionality of the rest of the
understand.
design.
and we're all big tree
Yeah.
proponents up here too. But in walking the sites, I can see both of those are really, it's heavily wooded with pine trees. I saw very few regulated trees that were in there.
And that would be something we would certainly consider as part of that, is to preserve some of those, or have buffering or replanting or additional plantings. I mean, those are things we certainly will be required to adequately buffer it per the ordinance.
Okay.
We'd be happy to consider that. Those are just, again, the unit amount and the buildings, they are critical. We believe that it's appropriate because we can space them out in a way that will minimize any impact to those.
And
All right,
in
well-
regard to the homeowners at Birdwatch, I can provide you with the documentation where they were all noticed as to what was.
I'm just talking about a comment that,
I understand.
that
I
came
understand,
through.
but we
and
have
it's-
the documentation.
and I wouldn't say it unless I had a copy of it. So because I'm not going to just, I can't make anecdotal references to what people may or may not think or do. It's, I've
Sure.
got to have my facts.
Sure.
That's my position, that I'm for the general concept on the north side with the setbacks they've shown, north of Discovery Lake, but not on the west side of Clubhouse Road on that north-south oriented piece of property.
Yeah,
If they can come back with something other than 4 units there and show specifics on buffering, and I don't know if I have the right to ask for that, but I think I have the right to ask what specific buffering is going to be provided.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, you can request do you have a buffer distance in mind or an increased setback distance in
It
mind?
has to do with height. Me, it has to do with height.
The buffer height?
No, the height of the building.
The height of the building.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I would choose what you would feel is adequate for a buffer. I mean, you can certainly request to table this item pending further consideration by the applicant, at the June 7th meeting for what they would consider to be a buffer. Do you have a minimum that you would feel
The rest of the
comfortable with?
board may overrule me on this too.
Well, Pete, I think you make a good point after you pointed out you and your golfing buddies. I would like to see how those 4 buildings are positioned on that south lot, because the last thing you want is a balcony overlooking the number 11th green and everybody being somewhat intoxicated.
no, and
Yeah.
I think
that would be a
famous.
great goal.
Yeah.
We could.
Don't forget it.
I do want to get into that substance. I think that is something, and again, I need to talk to Mr. Hill on this, and see what we can do in terms of showing that laid out.
Yes.
I know that we had previously provided certain layouts, I believe, to staff, and again, that was discussed yesterday, so no reason to go into why what is before you today is before you. What I will say is that if there is impact to the height allowed on the south side, we will need larger footprints to meet the unit numbers. And
Okay.
so that would need to be a consideration, because the units have been calculated and they do need the 216 units, or again, whatever is able to be built there to maximize the site. So that is the consideration. And that's why we've done it in this way, is to reduce the footprint of those buildings. If it is the goal of the city to minimize the height on that south, or of the town to minimize the height on that southern portion, we would need concessions related to footprint. And we believe that would be more impactful, frankly, than what we have proposed.
Well, I don't know that I can be any clearer on my position. Without it's being scoped right now, I'm not for it. Ron?
So I pretty much agree with where Mr. Larkin is in general. I think from your guys' side is you caused a little bit additional agita on this site because of the 216, when I don't think you're going to really get that all in there. I know you want to go maximum revenue, whether they're privately owned or Innovative Homes buys chunks of this to rent out or whatever. It doesn't make it. I agree conceptually. This is kind of the living quarters for the people who are going to use the rest of the golf courses and the meetings and all that. I understand that fully.
Convention.
And I agree with, like Peter says, conceptually okay what you're trying to do here. But I think you kind of, I don't know, I'm trying to use the right word, overreached a little bit on density to get your maximum available, when I don't think it's all doable anyway. When you get to being parking and buffers and footprints, and because we unfortunately didn't ask for ordinance, the footprints of these multifamily buildings, it leaves us kind of guessing that, I mean, whether you go down to 162 units or 180 units or so, if some of those buildings have to be 3 stories or 4 to get under high, I think you overreach a little bit on, and everybody would feel better about the whole thing with a more practically doable density.
And if I may, Ron, I calculated there's approximately 15 acres or so, give or take, that when you take out the lake. If you do 15 times 11.6, which is the guidance from the land use plan, that gets you to 174 units. I'm just sharing that.
That's
with
why I
you.
think between 162 and 180 is probably a more appropriate number of units for this site.
Well, again,
Somewhere around.
it's my understanding that the LUP is the net. So even
That's correct.
correct.
I was just providing that.
yes. And so we do meet both of those. Again, this has been looked at extensively. This is not something that Riptide put together haphazardly related to the unit calculation. It is something that is crucial to the economics of Sea Trail, to the economics of the golf course, to the economics of the supportive commercial, and that is why it has been put before you. If there is ultimately an issue with the design that necessitates a reduction in the units, and again, this is just the cap. If there is a need to do that, that will obviously bear itself out in the site design process. We have again tried to develop this site and to put conditions on this site so that it is smaller footprints, it is less impactful to those folks, and that is why we've done it.
We will,
And you explained that up front too. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
we can get a site plan together, a preliminary site plan together, so you guys have something to look at for this particular site. It's that critical to the overall network, like we've talked about for Sea Trail. Everything's intertwined, that we can put something together, I guess, before.
So is the 216 number a deal breaker for you guys?
I can't answer that question because I don't know.
Because
without
I
a
hear that it
preliminary-
is, and then softly that if we can't, we can go lower. I'm saying is
It-
don't overreach your cap. on
And,
this.
and what our response would be is that we are not doing that. It has been again looked at extensively. What I will say is we do need to maximize the site here, and we believe that 216 is where it is appropriate. Again, if it bears itself out that is not the case, and we are wrong on that, that will play itself out in the site design process.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, I think the planning board has, I don't want to speak for everybody, but tell me if I'm not accurate here. We're uncomfortable with the vagueness and the size. And I'm being very specific that I'm comfortable with the area north of the lake. I think it's an appropriate, somewhat isolated use that you can only see from a golf course. Or, well, you can't even really see it from Georgetown Road because you got a golf hole in the way. But, and you're saying you're going to go back and take a look at it. Is this an appropriate place to move on to?
Sure, and I'll just add one thing in deference to the applicant. Is would the board be comfortable with them in terms of their site planning if on the northern tract, in order to essentially maximize their units, they were able to have a consideration for reduced parking minimums? So, rather than 2+ point, like just say strictly, no more than 3 parking spaces per unit. I just provide this to you so that you may be able to have plan that site to be a bit denser to take up. And I'm not trying to, but
because everybody won't be there at the same time. Probably
yeah,
not.
yeah.
I don't know
Well,
what
when you go in a
what's
golf
the- I don't-
package, you
I'm
don't
sure
all
they
drive
want
your own car.
99% occupancy, but
Yeah, and I anticipate something like that to be for Riptide to be amenable to that. I obviously don't have authority,
Right.
and it would need to be
Yeah.
written, but I do think that it is practical and probably beneficial to reduce those so that it is not sprawling parking.
Let's consider that, because I know when you go in a golf package, there's a designated driver and there's 3 guys in the rest of the car. So
And so that would be a consideration to further minimize the impact there.
So that you could get the bigger density up there. And-
let's consider that. Yes.
okay, I'm just going to put a note on
Is
that.
that-
Table is in.
Fine.
Would you consider it?
yes, because holistically, you kind of look at the
Yeah.
The use.
living building and then all the asphalt around it are together, covering up
And
dirt, and then they, of course, if you force a higher parking lot, you get less buffering and less trees, and
All right, can we move on to 17?
17 is going to be tougher.
I'll leave.
Oh,
Let's move on to one that's really difficult.
Yep. Todd's bailing out.
Excuse me, would this be a good opportunity to take a 5-minute bio break?
Yes.
We'll resume at 12:30.
Yes.
We'll take a recess. Sir, you had your hand up. Did you have a quick question? There's no public comments in.
That's what I was going to ask. Is there any?
There will not be. We had them yesterday, and there will be no more public comments until we're through with the process and then start the next phase of the discussions. But we had public comments for 2 hours.
Did you mail it? You could mail it.
You could send us an email.
No, I just bought it to the Sea Trail.
Okay.
So
I saw the notice in the email, was okay, I think I'm the format of the meeting is, so apologize for not being clear. That's all right. There'll be public.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting. We're turning to subject 17, site. Clint, would you want to give us some background?
Yes, certainly. And I think if you look at 16 and 17, although different sites, you see a lot of similarities in what we're proposing from conditions related to height, the unit maximum, which is 216 as well. And so it's very similar. And so that also meets what would be allowed for, or it's one, sorry, I apologize. It's 126. Had a bit of number dyslexia
You
there.
switched the two.
Exactly. Yes, that was
126.
126, and that meets the allowed unit density in MR3 for this site. As you can see, this site does have some unique characteristics. We've reflected the wetlands there, which does have a considerable amount of that really kind of southern portion there. We've delineated that. There's no ability to build there. We've also shown the floodplain there, which extends through. There is some ability to build there, and that's obviously something, to the extent that we would do that, would be we would have to work with the Army Corps of Engineers and various other peoples to meet that the obligations. All of that is to say that this site does have some unique aspects to it related to how it will be laid out and designed, and there is some limitations given both the wetlands and the floodplain. The 126 units we do believe is appropriate. It dovetails with subject site 16 in being a key economic driver for this overall project. The need to have those condo units. It will be very high end. It will be ones that we anticipate the large majority being owned and not rented, but there will be the flexibility to obviously include them as part of the short-term rental program. This site also, kind of going off what, and I forget who on the board mentioned it, it may have been you, Chair Larkin, in relation to that northern portion of subject site 16. This does obviously abut the golf course there, and does have some natural buffering around it. So we believe that it is appropriate in terms of the density. It again, to go to what Mr. LeBruno said, on subject site 16, we may end up getting in there as part of the design, and the ultimate unit number will go down. But we do need to maximize the site, and we believe 126 is appropriate.
Okay. I'm going to go first this time. We've been going the other direction because I don't have much to say on this. I'm generally uncomfortable with building in pristine areas like this. But a question I have is, I'm sure you're not trying to get access off of Metcalf Drive, which would be at the far southern tip, southwestern tip of this.
That's correct. I mean, that's a private road, and
Yes.
Access would be taken off of Crooked Goldie.
Okay.
We would obviously design that, and we know that there's how Crooked Goldie maneuvers adjacent to that site. We would ensure safe ingress.
So
and
the only in and out would be off of Crooked Gully, and Sunset Lakes Boulevard would not, which is another private road, but it's a county.
Correct. I mean, again, that will be part of the site design, but the anticipation is that access will be off of Crooked.
Now, with the Pearl Golf Course bordering on the north, well, I guess it's the west side of this, that we have, no jurisdiction. That's, I don't know if it's Brunswick County or Calabash, but it's not.
It is Calabash.
Okay.
And it's Calabash.
Is there any concerns or considerations or
Only yours. There's
opportunities?
no.
Okay. Again, pristine area, and I can see you're going to be forced, or at least I think you're going to be forced, you tell me if I'm wrong, to really stay not along that Jones number 12 line.
Correct. I mean,
Most of your areas, Dublin's is way west of that. So.
Yes. So we've delineated the protected wetlands on that site that you have. It is reflected there. We will not be able to build there. And as you can see, if you look at the aerial of the site, we do believe like where we're building obviously a lot of this will be maintained because of legal requirements. There will be a ton of tree cover still part of it and existing. So there will be obviously, if this is approved, development of those condo units. But first, it meets the MR3 standard for those units, so somebody could move forward with that if they got the necessary approvals. And again, there's protected areas that will remain there. So we're not, to me, we're not disturbing the pristine nature of that. We're
But
just
this is medium density residential, so you're aware of that, as far as dwellings per acre.
And we
Which
have
is
calculated that.
11.6 is.
That's correct.
And again, that's part of the net in the land use plan.
Mhm.
Is MR3 density, and we are significantly, I believe, under or right at, I think, specifically the amount.
You're at
Yeah, but within
21,000.
MR3, there's single family and there's attached and detached.
And
So
and we have run the calculations to make sure that
Okay.
we are not exceeding it.
so they would not.
The density calculation that I have is calculated is 5.02 units an acre.
Submitting?
Yeah.
That's
Well-
under even single family.
That's correct.
Well, that's not usable acres. Well.
Well,
Again, that's how
Yeah, I
the-
know.
That is how the land use plan lays out that calculation,
know.
and the UDO
I know,
lays out that
we're
calculation.
aware of that.
So I know that this was brought up in my presentation yesterday, and I wanted to just touch base on this, is that I'm looking at it. There's no way I can display it to the board. Down on that southern end, it does show the wetlands. I think it does show where the flood zone AE12 is. I wanted to let you know that it does encroach in there. They would be subject to wetland restrictions. If they were to build in the flood zone, they are subject to flood zone restrictions, such as our freeboard and our flood zone ordinance and stuff like that. Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Ron?
Well, I mean, I'm really concerned about the flood aspects of this because, I mean, maybe we'll see on Monday what it looks like, I guess. But, I mean, we have the wetlands. We know what happens to, I don't know what that community there, Calabash Lakes or whatever, what happened there previously. There's a lot of water. I mean,
And if I could briefly respond to that, obviously this will be engineered and subject to CAMA requirements, Army Corps of Engineer reviews to the extent that we build in any floodplains. And frankly, I think they comment as well if you build near them. So this will be properly engineered to alleviate those concerns.
So again, I'm at the same place on density. I'm overreaching on what the cap density would be, when I think in reality it's going to be somewhat lower.
And similar to Site 16
I
again,
know.
we
get into the same parking issue, which we can move the same parking issue we talked about on.
we would
16,
be happy to
17.
consider that.
But I really,
When you said
I
that,
guess on this-
let's be clear though. If
when we
we're-
talked about the end,
Yeah, but if are we going to then consider reducing the parking requirements? That's because you're kind of
well,
implying
again,
that.
because where's the water going to go?
Okay. All right, I just
yeah.
wanted to be clear.
And then, I guess opposite normal, I'm a little more flexible on height here, only to get the living quarters above the flood water.
Or to reduce the footprint too.
Right. So I'm more open to the height on this one.
And
Just
that would be something I would need to discuss with.
I mean, if it was
client,
me,
but-
I wouldn't buy anything there that wasn't 8 foot off.
And so,
Yeah.
Ron, just to answer your question about flood, remember, basically the entirety of the island is in the floodplain, and it's all developed. So, anybody that builds in the floodplain is subject to those rules. Obviously, there's limitations on 404 wetlands, unless for some reason there's a mitigation bank and some other things that I don't think that they're proposing, but they would be subject to, if you're in the floodplain, you got to build above base flood elevation, which, as you alluded to, could be, is that 12?
12 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I didn't know the number. I guessed at 8, but
12.
12 or
it's
14.
12.
So, I mean, there's
Well, right. I
means in there.
know all those rules are wonderful until the event happens.
but
Those are the rules.
that's true.
And then the rules are out the window for 30 days, and then the 5 years afterwards.
And I think that obviously we would want to.
Right.
We do not have any economic benefit of building something that's going to flood, and we will obviously adhere to those requirements, and we believe that is appropriate for consistency's sake here.
Jerry?
The only note I wrote on here was do you need a CAMA permit to do that? And if so,
No,
No.
that's not. That's
It's not a CAMA area.
no,
It's
okay.
not a area of environmental
It's
concern.
not a coastal,
It's
so
coastal.
it's
AE.
Corps of Engineers,
up-
state of North Carolina.
upland.
Yeah,
they call
but
it.
there will be, to the extent that we build in that area, there will be sufficient scrutiny as to what we're doing.
That's fine. And the reason I asked about Metcalf and Sunset Lakes Boulevard is the only exit out from there is over a viaduct over a dam that is washed out in the 13 years I've lived here. It's washed out 3 times. So,
It's been rebuilt.
And that's an appropriate concern,
okay,
obviously.
you answered that question
Yes.
before, but
I think
but there is issues down
It
there.
cost the
So,
town some money, dude.
yeah. Oh yes, $40,000.
So,
Jerry, you finished?
That's it.
I have to agree with Pete. I hate seeing this being built upon, but I also see that it's allowable.
So it's my understanding then that the additional proposed condition is the similar parking one related to 16. Is that?
No more than 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Is that correct?
Did we considering that, or is that, are we agreeing with that? Because it depends.
I guess what does ours actually read now? It's
It
a
is
calculation, right?
2
Based
per
on
two per dwelling unit plus
a half
1/2 per every
Bedroom
above 2.
Mm-hmm.
So
bedroom
a
above 2.
4 unit,
Yeah, so 3 maximum would be,
no more than 3.
yeah. I think that would be reasonable.
I just want to be clear.
Okay.
I don't want to lead them astray or lead me astray.
Well, it would be also be something that we would review ahead of council as well.
And just to be clear, we're not limiting them to 3 dwelling units. We would just be limiting the number of parking spaces that would be allowed per unit. Or no, excuse me,
The
3
minimum.
bedrooms per unit. We would be limiting
The parking.
the parking spaces
Yes.
calculated.
They don't
Just
need
giving
to
us
have
an
more than
example.
3 per unit.
Yes.
If they put, like, unusual cases, they would make a 6-bedroom unit. They would still only need 3, but it would be not likely.
My understanding from the whole no more than 3, when it came up for discussion on track 16, was a way of kind of tossing it over to Todd and Mr. Cogburn about looking at ways of modifying track 16's densities for the northern side of the lake that might help them to reduce some impacts on the southern tract as an option for them to explore, since it's being tabled to come back on June 7th. That's different than what we're talking about right now for 17. And I don't think you made it as a standing conditional offer for them. It was, hey, if you guys can concede some of the impacts on the southern tract of 16, then maybe we can work with you on the parking requirements for the northern tract. And so I think that needs to be clear. And I think for 17, if you're talking about giving them that condition here for whatever reason, that's fine, but it's a little different
It's a
scenario.
little different because we're trying to lower the
Footprint.
footprint and flood control impact or the stormwater.
Yeah, and my
Impact.
statement was not to, say that they're exactly the same. It was just to be clear on if the 16 condition, the language, or the general concept they're being applied to 17, and that being the condition for 17.
I mean, I'll throw this out there. If you're kind of concerned about the impactfulness of this site, on a by right basis, they could carve out X amount of single family homes on it by right today, tomorrow, come before you with a. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes,
Is
But that's-
another thing to think about.
I
I know.
that's true, but not relevant.
Yeah,
It's-
that is not before the board.
I know it's not
As we-
before. What I was trying to get at is it still could be developed as a.
Right.
As
and
an
that's-
MR3 would under
Sure.
the present MR3
Yes.
rules, correct.
So
I'm comfortable where we are right
It's
now.
immaterial to what we're doing, so.
trust me, I was not pushing.
No,
for
no,
single
and I
family.
was just wanting to clarify.
Yeah.
All right, might suggest we move on to subject 7, if that's okay with the board.
Mr. Chair, the condition remains essentially, and perhaps I can have Grady weigh in. basically allowance to permit not more than 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Is that, and I guess that can be tweaked, but is that essentially what's the pleasure of the board?
It basically agrees with our formula right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, subject site 7. Clint, would you want to give us a overview of this?
Give me a second.
Yes,
So,
certainly.
7 was the next one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one second.
I'm sure anxious to
Where
hear
it says subject 7.
Clint's description of what this is.
It's something.
Because I can't figure it out.
So yeah, I will go into this. I know that there's probably some questions and ambiguity related. We've tried to obviously call everything out in the submittal. This is obviously a multifaceted site, which is reflected in our proposed conditions. If you look at that right portion of the site there, which is along the 17th fairway for the Maples there, that is intended to be developed as an area for single family lots or duplexes.
Okay, that's the leg that goes from Kings Trail Drive, proceeding north, up to the bottom of the T.
Mr. Larkin, I'll point it out on the map for you.
Okay.
Here on the screen.
So it's everything parallel between Maples 17 and Maples 11.
So that's the southern lobe of the
Y-
WAP.
Yes, however you want to term it, that is what is being contemplated for single family residential or duplexes, which we believe would be consistent with that residential area and that stretch there.
Would the access be solely from, I don't want to
Kings
wreck
Trail.
your train. Go ahead.
No. Again, this would be fully site designed. I believe it would have to be from
Off
Kings
Kings Trail.
Drive, just necessarily.
Yeah, the way the track lays out and what we have planned for the remainder of the property, access would be required to come off of Kings Trail Drive.
And then so that is from our perspective fairly straightforward in terms of what is being proposed for that site.
Okay, and with all the setbacks required in MR3, no deviation from that?
I believe
There was a deviation.
Yeah, I believe just because of how the site is laid out and its adjacency to the golf course there,
Mhm.
what we are proposing is a minimum rear yard of 10 feet, a side yard of 5 feet. The density is not to, and for density perspective, it is not to exceed 12 single family dwellings or 12 duplex dwellings. So that's 24 units for duplexes total.
That's what you say, yeah.
And obviously in MR3, you're allowed up to those 21.7 dwelling units per acre. This would be underneath that threshold.
I'm going to ask a question of Chad. We have setbacks required, and they're also talking about duplexes, which still fall under the single family requirements because they're not a multifamily yet.
That's correct.
When we're bordering on a golf course, are the setbacks still the same as if you were bordering on another resident?
That's
So
correct.
even though it's recreational, the setbacks do not change.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so, yeah, those are just because of, again, its adjacency and kind of the narrowness of that corridor there. That is the setbacks that we are proposing. Again, for building height, we're applying what would be applicable to any single family residential building, which is not to exceed 35 feet.
And that side setback is now 10% of the, per code, for UDO is 10% of the lot width.
And so we're proposing that to be 5 again,
Okay.
just because of the adjacency to the golf course and and how tight that site is as you run along
Well,
it.
the key issue I would see, Pete, would be the lot size of 4,500 square feet, which is 4/5 of the 10,000 that we normally require for a single family
MR3.
duplex. For MR3. It all kind of, to me, the whole situation hinges on that number. if we're comfortable with putting a duplex on 4,500 square feet, is one question. And the second question is, are we comfortable putting a single family dwelling on 4,500 square feet? We were not when we changed MR3. We went from 7,500 to 10,000.
We certainly believe that it would be able to accommodate those uses. That's why we proposed it. And we believe it's appropriate.
I was, even at the time of our change, open to bifurcating that number into a number for a single family home and a number for a duplex that was a bit higher, but not twice the size, like, 1.5 times the size. But I believe we had no consensus to going from 7,500 down to 4,500, unless I misremember those whole sets of meetings.
Well, we were going from, yeah, we were going up, not down.
Right. And then I would note that one of the, outside of the being between the two fairways and the greens there in this area, and that being just unique, one of the reasons that we want to do this is to be able to provide the next leg of this unique piece of property, which is the more open space component of this, that's going to be utilized for the par 3 course, or, potential.
You have the
Yes,
western
practice
leg as your
Right.
practice facility in par 3 course. What about what I would call the northern lobe there?
Is that the one up by Edgewater Circle?
Yeah, the northern lobe being
That would be
2 or 3 houses up there?
yeah, that would be similar to what we're proposing
Okay.
here on that right leg, which would be single family homes or
So
On the northern segment, south of Edgewater and
you going
Edgewater,
this way?
okay, yeah, I mean most of that's
That's water.
floodway.
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
and so that's why it is very minimal single family residential, essentially single family duplexes. And
So-
and again, that we understand that there are probably restrictions there.
Several of those lots up there by Edgewater Point, lots 15, 14, 13, I guess there's 3 of them. They have not been developed yet. There's grass there, but there's no houses.
Correct. There's a recorded right of way, and all those lots on that side of the road have been sold to individual homeowners. They're
'Cause that
actually
road's not been continued
they're
down yet.
part of Sea Trail. They're in the ETJ, not in the town limits. It's a unique, I don't know. It's strange.
In the ETJ.
Yeah, those 4 lots.
That's correct.
Huh?
That's correct. It may have just been an error, and they were never brought in as part of past annexation efforts. But that's correct. They're I don't know the particulars, but they're not in. So that bears in mind an interesting distinction with that road. But there is limited space there, certainly.
But yeah, it's a fully recorded, named road. Can be paved, would be paved. And then to access the additional 2-3 lots down in that area.
and so
And obviously behind that is a whole lot of more open space and ponds and things of that nature, as you can see on
and so the entire design here is very it's purposeful, right, to have that single family duplex availability there on that right leg and on the portion up top, which obviously is limited, as Wes highlighted, and we understand that. And then that is to obviously go with the consistency of that area, and then also for this left longer leg, as Todd mentioned, and as you can see, there is flood area there, but it is to build as we can a practice facility, a chip and putt. That is what it will be. It will be to support the golf courses, be a golf course amenity. As part of our conditions, we've included certain uses to allow for, so that we can do limited food and beverage if somebody would
And
like
that's
to
up
get
in the,
something.
we'll call
No,
it the
so-
northern area.
No,
up by-
the west southwest leg is where your commercial stuff will be, which includes the golf practice and chip and putt stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So there will be the need for structures. This will be a largely open space, right, to accommodate the chip and putt and related amenity. There will need to be some small structures for restrooms, for check-in as well. And then the concept would be to have very limited food and beverage so that somebody has access to something as they are enjoying the amenity.
So,
And again, as part of that, if there is any concern about the uses, we believe that they're narrowly tailored. We would be open to obviously making sure that we can do that chip and putt there, and have and then have it reflected that those additional uses are accessory to that. If that is.
so is that little vending station is not in the single family section? It's actually further over towards that southwest leg, right?
Correct. And I think that is that was done on purpose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that really is kind of over this way.
Talking about the 1,000-foot building?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 1,000
It's going to
square
be at the back end of the
Cor-
mini golf course or chip and putt, whatever you call it.
Correct. And again, there's just the need for check-in
That's a
or
vending and restrooms?
it's
Yes,
yeah,
correct,
and it will be
correct.
again, the vending will be accessory to the chip and putt. It's not.
So you could show us a line there or something separating what would be considered the
Oh, sure.
commercial practice area versus the being developed for residences.
Correct.
And Ron, I think that's a good idea. If you guys would be willing to hatch areas that would be considered for residential, would be helpful.
Something a little more, something specific.
Distinctive,
We
yeah,
absolutely can do
and
that.
and,
Yep.
and identify areas that wouldn't be encroached upon by non-residential.
Yes.
So your concept for this residential leg with the tiny homes in them, I would assume you're going to have the road going right up the middle of that staff at the tee,
I
with
believe
homes on either side,
that would be my understanding. I think that likely necessitates it.
because if
Ju-
there's
ju-
only
just a-
access from Kings Trailer, that's what you'd have to do.
And then a cul-de-sac at the end to go back the other way, right?
So I will leave that to the engineers and the site designers, but just again from layman's perspective, that just based upon the layout would likely be.
I think it'd be good to separate that, because my feeling about a 4,000 square foot lot, 4,500 square foot lot is one thing. My feeling about a practice range and
And we can absolutely
chip and
delineate
putt
that so that it
is-
is very clear that there's
And I don't-
not going to be, we're not going to move this around. We couldn't just because of the layouts, but we're happy to hatch that out to show it. And we preliminarily have as well and kind of boxed it out. And so we can certainly do it. That is not a problem and restrict it to those things.
All right, I'd need to see that before I could
I guess
look at.
conceptually, I'm okay with that left southwest leg being. I think we talked earlier, there's really not enough golf-related practice areas. And I thought that's kind of might be what you're going. Of course, I'd like to see, as Wes has said, with some hatch lines or some lines
Sure.
showing what's the extent of that going to be.
Yes.
But I'm really uncomfortable with the residential stuff here. And I can't believe that whole section has any significant impact on the rest of the viability of this project. When
And again, our goal there is to.
you got a couple of,
Let him
houses,
finish, because he's going to give us his reason.
and certainly understood. The goal there was obviously to provide. We've obviously talked about condos, but to provide that more single family housing option as well, which has been discussed. We understand your concerns. We believe that it's appropriate with the conditions that we have provided, but that was the intent as part of the vision. There is to have the single family or duplex homes as part of the entire project.
I think that's something that's going to require some.
but there's no way, no way we're going down to 4,500 square. Well, no way I am. I can't speak for anybody. 4,500 square feet.
And
Certainly on a duplex.
just that leg it's approximately, I don't know, anywhere from 130 to 145 foot wide. And so if you take out 50 foot right away, which my guess is it's going to have to be site plan, so it's going to be on one side or the other. And then you've got, say, on average 80 to 100 foot lot depth. And then so what is really contingent upon you guys is determining what potentially would be the lot width. So, you know, if it's a 7,500 square foot lot, obviously, 80 or 90 times whatever to get you there. It's about 650, 700 feet of length at 80 feet wide lots. You're only get about 8 lots or so. That'd be about a 6,400 square foot lot, and this is all very rough.
Would this access road then more be like a driveway, like Riverside?
Essentially with a cul-de-sac at the end.
The cul-de-sac has to be a certain dimension to get a fire truck around.
That's correct.
We're talking about
Of course, yeah,
105
absolutely.
feet
Something.
of pavement, and
Probably
then
Appendix D of the fire code
Yep.
would be applicable.
So
So there's 8 duplex lots, 80 by 80, roughly.
And the key here too to remember is that we're talking about this entire tract of land, and a whole leg of it between Clubhouse Road and where we're talking about starting the multifamily, the bathroom area roughly, is the open space almost, if you will, for 12 single family homes.
It's true, but a lot of that's
Right.
impacted.
Sure, I understand.
Certainly.
I mean,
Yeah, it's active.
in a
open
big
space,
picture
yeah.
thing, I'd like to see that whole 2 lobes reserved as CR1 for open space and recreation myself. That this is kind of a detriment to the trying to get this whole project done by not giving back some open space and open recreational area to the community.
you're talking about the vertical part of the T from Kings Trail up.
Yes.
Where
The
Okay.
And I guess
that orange, the whole
Okay.
this to that.
Make sure that people know what you're referring to, because what you're saying is significant. It's
Well, I mean, looking at the map, I'm okay, and I believe it's a good idea to put their practice facility or chip and putt or whatever you want to call in this putting greens and all that stuff in here. But this leg and that leg, that should all be left as open recreation, CR1.
It's not zoned.
I know, but CR1 like, however we're supposed, MR3-CZ, that sure looks everything like CR1. Looks like.
Right. And I mean, again, this is part of the overall concept. We previously talked about wanting to provide single family housing options as part of this overall concept. And this is where we believe that it fits in appropriately. It folds into everything we've talked about related to economics. And so that is, to the extent that there are concerns about, we believe the density is appropriate.
And just speaking historically to the tract of land, there, something to take in mind is that this area has been cleared for development, and as it was being utilized for septic fields. So it's not the original groundwork that's there, and its intent, much like some of the other sites we've talked about.
septic fields from the condos that
Yes,
are
sir.
on the east
Yeah,
side,
they were.
west side. Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw those upshoots
Those
as
white
I walked
pipes
through
sitting
it.
out. Yeah, sure. So it's been encumbered and cleared at some point in time, and obviously abandoned since. And then the original intent, like many of the sites here in Sea Trail, was to eventually, honestly, was to put townhomes, condominiums in that area. Was the vision at the time.
Sybil, what do you think?
I'm not happy with it, but I don't know what to do with it.
We feel that.
We feel your pain.
Jerry?
Knowing this is probably one of my number 1 or number 2 problematic parcels that you have. Knowing the distance between 11th and the 17th there, it's heavily treed but very, very narrow. I just can't see putting homes there. And I concur with going up to with Ron, going up to there and to leave it as open space. The other parcel, the lower south, I'm fine with that. But this,
Just as a point too,
Yeah.
to your point, I walked through there and I counted 50 mature regulated trees. In other words, a tree that's probably 24 inches or larger, at least 18 inches in diameter or larger.
And
In that just one leg.
And
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think this is a good reminder that as we navigate through all these, there's, I think we counted 5 ultimately recommendations you can make to council. You can recommend lots for approval, you can recommend lots for denial, you can recommend lots to be what were indifferent, apart, and then just
Yeah.
the one I'm forgetting.
No action.
And do recall, I mean, there's no limitation here. They could go out, they could come in here tomorrow with a preliminary plat for that segment.
and that
And
was
so just, they'd have to be 10,000 square foot lots, but it's not it's unlikely to remain open space. So for you guys considering, okay, can we protect a remainder of this and make sure that it does stay open space in lieu of allowing some development on a portion of this would be, kind of what would be up to you guys. Or frankly, as Chad alluded to, one of your options is to recommend denial. But it's trying to sort out as a
Well, we hate to be at that straight denial point. I would think we want to get to something that works. Okay.
Yeah, and
I just don't think they're at, this is what we're
Well, I
trying to
think-
do here is not really working.
Well, I think what to, if I can, what you're looking at design wise, conceptually, on a tract of land like this. Obviously, this is a very unique piece of property, and what you typically do in, or a lot of jurisdictions do I should say, is you kind of take that cluster development segment so you can lay something out and protect more land, and that's kind of the concept that we're having here. We're going to say, hey, this is a, mine's blanking me right now, 15.78 tract of land. We're going to leave, that whole arm along the river, open as chip and putt, things of that nature where people can mill around, what have you. But we're going to take a lot of our development rights, as it were, or a minimal amount of development rights, and put it more densely into this area. And you actually, at the end of the day, for this overall tract, you end up with way less than what could potentially be developed onto a tract of land like this. And that's kind of the concept that we're looking at in this area.
Would you be able to tell me? You probably can't. But if you just develop that whole section as MR3, 10,000 square foot, how many single family or duplex would you be able to get on it?
Maybe four,
Quite a
three.
few, I would think.
How many?
If you
I
got,
bet you
if you
couldn't
did
get
the
three.
whole thing,
I don't think we have the precise number.
Well,
more than
I'm not holding you to the number.
more
What
than
do
more than 24.
I would say that would be
Oh, I thought you were just talking about the leg.
maybe 24, but that would be a stretch.
Well, a large percentage of that whole T-shaped area is has water restrictions.
Correct.
It
There's
is
water
not,
on that in that area.
And again,
and
that's why
it's
I think
very difficult to even
strategically-
fit a single family in between them. So
Not at that. Certainly not.
I don't know. It just seems like, why die on this
I don't
property?
like it.
Sure. So again, you guys are requesting 10 or 12 units here. Is that correct?
single or duplex,
It is,
yes.
it is 12,
12
yeah,
single-family
12,
homes.
maximum 12 single family homes, maximum 12 duplex
Both?
buildings,
Or-
24 units for the duplexes.
Okay, but one or the other.
It, I'm sorry, I guess I'm not.
36 units total, or
No,
No,
Well,
no,
or-
we capped at 12
12
units.
single, way I read it here, 12 single family, 12 units, or 12 duplex, 24 units.
yeah.
Yes.
And so I just want to be clear. So
12,
it's
12 dwellings, I guess.
12 dwellings. That's,
And we can go one or the other.
What I would gather is that I do think that very likely they could that level of development can be accommodated by right. So for you guys, is there conditions that can be attached to this? Locating all the development in certain locations in favor of some other things that can help, alleviate some of that development, or not, or this one's just pulled out and they're just going to come in with a by right project.
Well, my feeling would be that the reality is going to be that without a practice facility, the golf situation in Seatrial doesn't work. Right now, this is the best location for them to put a practice facility.
Okay.
So I would suspect that the area that is not orange on Ron's sheet, in other words, is the area off of Country Club or Clubhouse Road, is probably going to be a practice range, no matter what we say. Even if we disallow the bottom T area where they want to put 4,500 square lots in. So I don't think it's and I know you weren't implying this, they could come in by right and give us something we really don't want.
Sure.
But it's more, I think it's important to allow them to have the practice facility in the southwest leg.
I do too.
And the commercial aspect of it.
Right,
which
and
is
that
the-
commercial
yeah.
aspect, I think we're all good with that. I actually think it's important for the viability of the rest of this
Mhm.
project to have that. So we want that, I guess. But we don't want the 45 square foot, 4,500 square foot little bitty lots and little on those other two arms.
No, and we hear the concern again. It is just to, and I hate to restate what we said. It is to provide that single family duplex style home that has been previously commented by this board. To the extent that I am not in a position to move off of that density and what has been provided for. There may be the possibility to do that. I don't have the authority to do it at this time, and that would have to be a consideration for my client.
Perhaps this is one that needs to come back, and maybe the residential use type needs to change, and that further up the leg of that T and the little bit larger area you have just south of the floodway perhaps needs to be more of a different, it needs to be townhome or something else
And that's
to help preserve that they can get their units, and you guys feel comfortable with leaving some of the buffer between the holes.
We would be happy to consider that if you would rather see townhomes
Well,
or something.
I'm kind of
let-
happy to see anything alternative than what's on there now. I
Okay,
guess.
yeah, and again, the thought here was just given the condos that are being proposed to provide that single family, to the extent that townhomes is more
not
agreeable.
A duplex or a little 4-unit or something along there, I think would be better.
And what we can do, and I do know that we will go back and look at that, and we can provide
Yeah,
clarification on
we'll
that.
get
That's
something,
not- that's
we'll
not
get
a
something
problem.
cleaned up to you guys that gives you something a little, with a little more substance that you can chew on.
And let's make sure that we're providing the proper guidance. I'm not trying to tell you guys what you want. I'm just trying to figure out what. So it sounds to me like you guys are interested in preserving the buffer between the holes to the degree that you can. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's good.
Okay. And also
Well,
want.
what I don't want is to put tiny homes in there
To
that
accommodate.
that stretch our entire MR3 structure right now.
So, but would
yes, it would
would
end
a
up as
better
buffer.
alternative be that if there were clustered townhomes or condos further north, up in that were served by
With access through there.
with access through there, and so the trees remained, etc., but perhaps the same number of units were permitted? Is that an alternative that is agreeable?
Yes, but I can see how they would not be doing it in single-family homes. They wouldn't have the space to do it.
That's right. It would need to be townhomes or some type of
Quadruplexes.
attached units. Yeah, quadruplexes.
Probably yes, I guess. I'm trying to envision.
And it is something that we can again put on there, provide it to you.
Well, I know what you see from the Maples 12 and all those other holes, so I don't see that as distracting the golf.
Right. And from
visual.
again, I think our thought here was just to provide that single family. That is the intent. It was not to create minimal lots or anything like that. That was just the intent. To the extent that again, townhomes or quadruplexes or however you want to term them are more agreeable. From my perspective and from my understanding, if we're able to get the units, that is something we can at least consider.
Board? Think?
I'm okay with that.
Sybil?
Fine.
We're gonna table that one.
Are you going to, I'd like to see your notes on this one.
So I this is subject 7. So
Yes.
what we would request of the applicant is identify areas that would be essentially more or less preserved along that southern portion of the T, with the exception of the access way, and then hash out where the residential units would go.
That is, we can do that.
Okay.
Not a problem.
I believe the next site is 15. Is that correct?
We hadn't established what that would be, but if we
That's
can
all
do-
the residential ones.
Yeah,
right?
we can.
Or we can go to, I don't know if we've done.
You want to do Maples?
You want to go to the beginning at 2 because we've done 1?
The VAC and
But
Maple.
that's up to
Back in
you.
Maples, we haven't done those yet.
Okay.
Have to go find it.
And the VAC is number 12.
We did that, didn't we?
No, we did 12A.
We did 12A.
No, we did 12 yesterday, didn't
No.
we? No? No, sorry.
This is what we call the Village Activity Center. And
Correct.
how the houses place.
Yes.
Civil, what do you think of the VAC?
Well, it looks very busy.
Great.
Let me see what you want to do with it.
Yes, I mean, use-wise, it is going to remain the same from our standpoint. It will remain an amenity center. It will remain a meeting space, a facility to provide kind of those amenities. We are just wanting to enclose some of the areas, screen in the porch, do some additional work there, expand dining spaces, improve the layout. So
You
fundamentally,
want it to be no longer non-conforming. I would assume that was what they're searching for, Chad.
Yes, that's
yes,
correct.
and so that's just to clean it up as well. But again, fundamentally, the use is going to be changed, and I think it's reflected.
Here's a question. Well, Jerry, what do you think?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
No.
No.
Ron?
The only area that's new is that new lobby addition and the covered porch, right?
And it's all in the back by the pool, isn't it?
That
It's
is
all
correct.
internal,
correct?
Nothing
internal to
changes
it.
visually from the
I mean, it's an oddball.
residence.
I was originally looking at over on the whole other end there by the entrance and everything, that's the same, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing planned for that area that has the little detention pond in it. The access egress would stay about the same.
You mean up front by Clubhouse Road?
Yes.
Yeah, the
We have plans, and we've met with our landscaper and other design professionals to enhance those areas, new signage, new landscaping, all that kind of stuff. And we've
You know what the sign,
we've
you
reached
know
out
what the
to.
sign rules are, don't you?
Yes, we'll have to.
I'm
yeah,
moderately
and-
familiar.
You're not trying to get that in a conditional zone.
No, it's,
No.
it's not part of this. That is just intended for
No.
beautification.
We are looking at upgrading the signage just like to match the what am I trying to street signs, the way the street signs were done.
The way the property, your property is laid out versus the villas on Royal Post Road that are there already, that are really an integral part of that same parking lot.
Sure.
The way that it's kind of like a leg that comes out, and then all of a sudden it ends. That's telling me that the villas on Royal Post Road own that.
That is
and
correct.
You don't.
That is correct.
But you have
Easement?
an easement or the ability, the agreement to come in and drive right through that like you are, like the VAC is right now.
We do, because otherwise we cannot utilize in the way that it's being used.
Okay.
And again, to go to what I believe Grady touched on, it is certainly an appropriate question, but to the extent that we didn't have those rights, that would be something a private citizen or a property owner would then have a potential claim against us.
Okay, I understand. That would be outside our purview anyway.
Correct.
No, it looks good.
Yeah, and there's an access easement there because obviously the Royal Post owners have to come across our property up there at the
Yes.
front, and we cross there. So yes,
And
there's
so really I don't want to say the gain here, but I guess the mission here is to get this area unclassified from legal nonconforming.
Correct. That is one of the primary purposes. And again, it's just to be transparent in what we're planning to do, which is incredibly minor, but does require some certain expansion.
Okay, so you don't need to revise the stormwater management system or anything like that.
nope, that's all under a state permit.
Okay, because you talk about a stormwater infiltration system, which is that to me is an underground. It's underneath the parking lot, and I didn't know if you were going to tear up the parking lot to put a new one in because you're adding another bathroom to the VAC, and now you're over exceeding your. You know what I mean?
No.
No,
You're
no,
not doing
no,
something that's going to
no.
tweak a change to the stormwater.
No, everything's impervious that would be covered at this point. I guess would be the easiest way to say that.
You're not increasing your degree of impervious coverage.
All right, that does number 12.
So no conditions?
None that we had. none that we could think of.
Want us to think about it longer?
Nope.
I thought you didn't say that.
Maples. Is
You
that-
pick it.
14 maples or?
we're happy to do that,
Okay.
which is subject 14.
Just happened to be my next page.
So this is the existing Maples clubhouse. There is the need to remodel and renovate the clubhouse, and to just have flexibility on development there. It is intended that it will remain a clubhouse and support the Maples course and continue to be that golf amenity. Clubhouse we've shown here on the conceptual site plan, the proposed. Obviously the proposed layout, existing layout, what have you. But we do want to, the intent here is again to keep it largely the same, but to add the ability to have some of these meeting centers, restaurants, those things that would be ancillary to that use and just provide an amenity to those.
Ron had brought up a point in our private discussions regarding, and you stated several places, outdoor weddings, parking lots. That's two different things, but would you?
It looks like when you copy and paste that,
Yeah, I
you
think
put those together and they were supposed to be
correct. I think that is just a
Clean that up.
typographical.
Is it like an outdoor wedding in the parking
That
lot?
was-
No, it's two separate uses. It looked like they copied and pasted.
Correct. And
Could you just fix that on?
yeah, that is not intended to combine those. I think that was just a.
So what did we
typographical
cross off?
update.
Parking lots? How do we?
Or they're gonna
So
two
it would just be
separate-
separating it.
Two separate,
Separate.
outdoor, on the next line.
Sorry, again, it was never intended to combine those.
Now,
Two separate uses.
this is a recreational area, Chad, or is classified. Classification is recreational. Are any of these proposed uses inappropriate for recreation?
Bear with me.
And I'll kind of read through some I think might be. Outdoor bazaars, is that?
Yeah, if you bear with me just a second.
Restaurant happens to be one, but I think because it's a clubhouse, a
So-
restaurant is
And that-
ancillary to a clubhouse.
That is a reason for its inclusion. Again, the intent here is for it to, and the purpose behind this is for it to remain the Maples Clubhouse and support the Maples.
All right.
There is the desire to enhance the experience when people use the clubhouse so that they can get some food and beverage and maybe have more amenity style feel to it. But again, the intent is to support the golf.
Do you need that information, Mr. Chairman?
Well, yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure that we're not also stretching the classification of recreation.
All right, so the recreation,
And that's just for the land use plan.
that's correct.
Yep.
The recreation future land use category is intended to preserve future public and private recreation open space lands, recreation lands such as golf course fairways, the town park, the Wildlife Resources Commission boat launch ramp should be preserved for future generations to protect the property values. If golf course operations are no longer community viable, this classification desires uses of preserved open space, recreational uses, golf courses and amenities, nature trails, parks, piers, docks, and ecotourism amenities, and does not support residential or non-residential development. Now, this one's unique because this is amenity to a golf course, and it's already existing. So you have that battle back and
But you
forth.
bring up a point that if the golf course, let's say the Maples was reconfigured, or they decided to put the clubhouse over with the Jones Bird, and it would tell me, because this is recreational, that has to stay as open space, that it cannot be turned automatically into MR3,
It is
single family residential.
it is zoned MR3 already. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to
the land
confuse
use
that.
plan is just guidance.
But I'm talking about the classification of recreation.
I think
for-
that
for
Could not be turned over into single family homes.
It could today.
by right.
There's
Because it's zoned
permission to do
MR3.
that today. It's zoned MR3. The land use plan is just guidance on, suggesting that recreation is desirable. This is a recreational tract, and trying to keep it as so. But it's zoned tomorrow.
The site that the building owns, MR3.
Correct.
And
Well, that's the whole piece of land there then.
The one thing that I think you've got to keep in mind here, if we were looking at an unimproved tract of land, we might be looking at this a little differently. However, it is not. It is developed. It is a legal nonconformity as we speak.
this would lock it into perpetuity of being what we're requesting here, and what you're trying to protect is.
There was some, wasn't there?
Well, let me hear him. It's.
I mean,
Explain that,
what you're
please.
saying is
I didn't mean to step on you here.
you're trying to lock in place what's there. You know, the commercial use that's there, the existing commercial use for the golf courses. Is it zoned MR3? Yeah, the golf courses and the clubhouses are all zoned MR3. That's correct.
Okay,
Right.
because they have not asked for a residential component of this. Does that mean, because we're going into conditional zoning to make this no longer a legal nonconforming situation, we are locking out somebody else coming in and putting single?
I don't believe that they're legal non-conforming. I mean, we would need to look into that, but golf courses are permitted use in addition to their accessory uses, clubhouses, et cetera, and restaurants. So I think this falls in as a permitted use under MR3. But if the conditional zoning were to be approved without a residential use, the only way to get residential uses there in the future would to be go back through the process or to rezone it to
You mean go back
different-
through conditional zoning?
or to do a base district rezoning. Either way, it would have to be a legislative approval
I
to
think
change that.
to touch base on what Wes just pointed out and what the applicant is trying to do. Yes, it locks it in as being the existing Maples clubhouse. However, if the applicant came to me right now, as it's zoned right now, to say, hey, we want to put a restaurant here, they would have to go through the special use process.
A standalone restaurant outside of the clubhouse
A
facility.
restaurant within the clubhouse. They would either have to go through the special use process or not have a process at all through the MR3 zoning district.
You mean right now without the conditional zoning?
That's correct.
Okay, I understand. I understand now.
Is that right, Todd?
So there is an advantage.
I don't remember what-
Yeah, yes, it is strategic in wanting to preserve this. That is the purpose. That is the reason for the listed uses that we
I
have.
cut you off, I'm sorry.
And my only question, and I could be wrong, I thought the original presentation at the public meeting was you're unsure whether this clubhouse would remain here or one
Well,
across
that's-
the street. So that now has been
No,
determined.
that's still up in the air. It's possible that the clubhouse could move across the street depending on when we
Okay.
take it over and actually get in there and
So I guess where does
full
that,
analysis.
Well, you
does that
better,
leave us? This
you
is
need more
always going to be
parking,
a
so
clubhouse?
across
or-
the street, you
What?
gotta
I'm sorry.
combine, you need more parking, so they're gonna have to
There's gonna be a
commingle
give
those
and
two
take, I'm
lots.
sure. Yes.
And I think that's the purpose, but it would be, again, the intent is to keep this and to maintain it.
Okay, Jerry, you
I have
ready?
no problem.
Okay,
Keeping that.
Sybil?
All right, stupid question,
No such
but
thing.
I'm tired. Okay. The Maples, you don't want to do anything to this right now. You're not asking to do anything. It's a
Well, they're
Maples
gonna improve
clubhouse.
it.
In terms of the use, yes. I mean, there's obviously
Yes.
contemplated renovations.
So if we don't conditionally zone it, then that means if you, and I'm not saying you're going to or anything, but if you wanted to, you could tear down that clubhouse and all of that and build houses there.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
And
So, but if we conditionally zone it, you can't do that.
That's correct.
correct, it would be to
This,
it would,
that's what I wanted to be
Yes.
clear on.
That's
That-
not
that is
stupid.
Because I'm going, well, why are we going to conditionally zone this? You've got what you want for now. I understand.
it is to
Okay.
provide clarity, give us obviously flexibility on a renovation or remodel of the clubhouse, and obviously just provide clarity related to the uses contained there.
And I guess, as we did before with the other existing structures, the height,
I want fairgrounds
you
taken
got
out.
50 feet here, but
We,
it's,
we can.
is
yeah,
that
there are things we can.
on the other buildings, we went with kind of keeping the height to be the same as the existing building that was there, like on the convention center and stuff. Is that building 50 feet? I don't think it is it?
I honestly don't know what it depends on what
I
side of the
thought
building you're
we
standing.
went for the other ones that you didn't know was you were going to essentially
I
keep
bet
it
it's
the same.
30, I bet it's 30, it could be 35 feet tall because it's got where the
It's up
gar-
on the hill too. It kind of
yeah,
seems-
it's got a cart barn underneath it, which takes a whole story.
I would think it's probably closer into that
It-
40, I looked at it closely this morning when I was.
So I
driving
guess I
over
just
here.
wonder if the condition would be the same as we did for the other ones
I
that
think
had
we-
buildings on it, which like the other clubhouse. I thought we said that would be basically the maximum would not exceed kind of where they're at.
So we could drop it down to 40 if that would provide. Okay.
If that, you guys feel that it's probably around 40 now or.
That is our understanding.
So is that the only condition that's considered, excuse me, for subject 14?
Yes, apparently.
No structure shall exceed 40 feet in height?
And the clubhouse renovation is sorely needed.
Yes, and again, that's the intent of this request.
All right, that's finished with 14, right?
What's across the road? Is there one across the road?
That's number 2, I believe.
No, what's the empty spot right now?
What's the other one?
The one we just did was number
3.
14.
What's the
Yes.
one right across from it where it's empty?
Yeah, let's do the one across, which is
3.
3.
3.
Subject three.
Does everybody agree we do the one across the street? It used to be the old,
Was there something? I don't know what.
it's had a foundation and everything. Now there's just the stairs to nowhere.
Stairs to nowhere.
Three, that's number 3, right?
Yep, and this is classified now as recreation, MR3.
Yes, I think Aaron Larkin, you framed it up that it's my understanding that this was the golf registration building or a registration building. Of some
Yes.
type.
Yeah, rentals.
Yes.
That was across from obviously the Maples Clubhouse that we just spoke about. Given that there is kind of an existing foundation there, as you mentioned, for a commercial style building. There's a striped parking lot and loading dock, and you can see that kind of on the Google Earth images for this site. We are looking, kind of the intent here is for it to be kind of a private amenities-based building, private social club, that type of use to obviously go together with the golf aspect right around that area. We are proposing a maximum height of 40 feet, which would again be similar to what we just discussed for the Maples Clubhouse and aligned with that.
It's kind of a perched site anyway now. too,
Yes,
so
and
it's-
so we believe that that is appropriate. We've shown obviously the footprint, which would be central to the site there with parking to surround it. Certainly want to have appropriate buffering as part of that. So that is the intent of the site.
We've noticed a guy sitting on the curb with a paintbrush in his hand,
Yeah, oh yeah,
painting the asphalt curbs white.
that's Rick.
And I would assume, though in your work here, those curbs are probably going to be. No, it doesn't.
I'm sure there'll be some upgrades with everything.
doesn't matter.
You know, as things progress.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, real quick, you pointed out during my presentation yesterday that there was a flood zone on this. That is correct. There is one. It's on the northern tip of this.
Right.
It is located on your site plan, and the proposed building is out of it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I just
there's an
wanted
AE
to
12
follow
and
up
a
with that.
floodway.
Yeah, and we've obviously laid it out to avoid that.
Yeah. I just wanted to make you follow
Thank
up
you.
on that and make you
Thank
be
you.
aware of that.
Right now, there's a nice 8-foot tall hedge that separates the back of where that building used to be to the Maples. Well, it would be the
Number one.
blue tee box, but
Yeah,
which
number
nobody
one.
uses, or I don't use. But I would assume that a nice buffer would be appropriate in there. You've got a 15-foot rear setback there.
Yes,
Sure.
I don't. We certainly will be required to buffer this site in accordance with the UDO, and certainly a consideration. We're happy to have a consideration for additional buffering in select area.
The one I don't want to, concern that I had, the access and egress that you show out onto Clubhouse Road at the northern part of this is appropriate, and I think it's far enough back from the curve because that can be a tricky curve right there. But I think that entrance exit is appropriate.
Far enough up the hill.
The one that's further up the hill, there's more congestion there. You've got a cart path that goes across the street, going to Maples number 1 hole. You've got a access and egress out of River Creek Villas that's only about 100 feet away from where you show that southern access egress point. And then you've got Old Point Lane that's coming in, which we're going to get to those sites pretty soon. And there's some 15 businesses that are planned for there. But
Yeah, and so I think again, important, and again, it's a very well stated point, and important to remember that things like access and parking are just, these are conceptual plans we will work through as part of the site plan approval process, to the extent that that is not something that is appropriate and results in unsafe ingress and egress from the site, we will remove it.
right, because we have a code, or I don't know if it's municipal code or if it's our ordinance that talks about, I think, cross streets or adjacent streets have to be at least 150 feet
So
apart.
it's chapter 98 as it sits right now, that
Municipal
those
code.
standards are being pulled into our new UDO, but it's municipal code right now. But Dustin is very well, very knowledgeable. If you need him in here for this meeting, I could make that happen too.
And I will make clear that there by no means do we need both of these. They're reflected to show and try to promote site fluidity, safe access to and from the site. But to the extent that when we go through that process, that is deemed to not be appropriate, it is not something that kills the site or impacts the site. We're happy to adjust as necessary.
Particularly if people have to come from the Jones Bird Clubhouse to use the chipping area here, they need a place to park their golf carts and be on that property. Ron?
Believe it or not, no comment.
My God. Are you okay? Jerry?
There's on the north side of that parcel, there's a white fence there now. Todd,
Yes.
how much further are you going to go down beyond that white fence to accommodate what you're trying to do? In
I,
other words, it steps down, you're almost going into, my only concern there is 2 osprey nests there.
Sure.
Are you?
I don't believe we're going down that
That far?
far.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
And to,
you don't want to get that into the, I mean, it's a pretty steep side hill there.
Yeah,
You want to
so,
try
yeah.
to stay out of that as much as you can. To get
Yeah,
into
I
a
have to
lot of-
agree with Pete in trying to keep the integrity of the golf course. Number one, that with a 40-foot building, you'd be overlooking the tee box on number one.
And-
So I would say, strongly suggest a bigger buffer there.
We are
as well.
happy to do it.
Happy to do a bigger buffer.
And the entrance too, that is very congested. So I think Pete made some very good points there.
Agreed.
So that's all.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear. Todd, Clint, are you that 15-foot setback off of that?
The rear?
That's what I'm asking. Are you looking at that as the rear or the side?
I looked at
I
it
guess,
as the rear.
Yeah, so I guess it's
So
shown
we
as-
were showing this building originally as like a double frontage lot, and we were showing that you could possibly have, a frontage off of one end of clubhouse or the other,
So
where
would
the
you-
where the parking is.
So
in the
that
front.
15-foot part, would you be willing to extend it to what, 25
all the way around.
all the way around, except up to where the 8-foot side is? But just the proposed 15-foot buffer.
I don't see
So-
any
so,
issue there.
I
Yeah.
don't- that is something we can certainly look at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good point.
I- because-
I missed that.
I don't believe that.
I just want to be clear as we put this in conditions that this one would be difficult even for me, that Todd and I would probably have to sit down at some point
Correct.
and figure out what the side and front would be.
Right.
Yeah, and
But
I
the
think
15-foot and just increasing that, what you're proposing is 15 to 25.
yeah, that
would
does
work.
not seem to be a problem so long
Okay.
as it, if you want to put 25, 25, 25, and then you have the 8, that
Yeah.
would be agreeable.
So everything would be 25 around.
Yeah, and
Except for
it's an
the one
existing
that's
cart
at
path that's
8.
there at the 8, and there's no buffer there anyway, and it doesn't cross visualize anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why they make that 25.
Oh, that's
Is there a reason not to just make it clean 25 all the way around?
I think that's what we were.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
okay.
Okay.
I believe that's what we were doing.
All right.
Well, you are going to change the 8-foot then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
nothing
for,
there.
for
That's fine.
clarification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, we agree that we've passed over and we've completed the run through number 3.
What and
One,
trying
three,
what sites do we have
there are
left?
4 left.
Okay.
There are 2, 5, 6, and 15.
My recommendation, if it pleases the board, would maybe to take a 5 to 10 minute break. I know that we've been going, and then we can tackle those. I
Okay.
think probably people
Um,
stretching their legs is beneficial at this.
All right, let's say we're going to recess till 10 minutes of 2. That'll give us an 8-minute break.
Which one are we going to start with? Which one?
Which one are we going to start with? Yeah.
I think that's. I just kind of want to look to see if there are
Okay.
things that go together.
Well, we go back
I
to,
just wanted to.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
let's go to number 2. That's the first, that's the lowest number because we've done 1. Welcome back. We've been on a brief recess. We're now picking up with subject parcel number 2, which I call the area on the east side of the south entrance to Sea Trail.
Correct. And I'm sure there will be questions, and I know Mr. LeBruno mentioned the trees, which we're happy to discuss. And I will point out on this plan, there is plan for dedicated open space, park space, and tree preservation. And that is intended, that is an important part of this concept. We certainly want to do that. In terms of the uses, this will be we're asking for commercial style uses here. I will note that, and I know that there's been questions previously on some of the sites for this, where this building and the primary commercial building is hatched out in terms of showing, for lack of a better term, potential units. That is not what we're proposing. Now, it is likely, given the proposed size, that there will be units, but we're not trying to constrain ourselves to how these units are laid out here. That is, again, just conceptual.
So the 7 different stores that are dashed in there are really just
that is just
conceptual.
Correct. The intent for that building itself is for coffee shop, ice cream shop, those types of things that fit in and will be an amenity and easy to access by residents and people visiting Sea Trail. That is the intent of that. Maybe like a boutique store or something, again, that all works together, high-end resort style commercial use that you see in other communities, and is, again, easily accessible to promote walkability, bikeability in that area. This smaller building is likely to be a single use, although there may be some flexibility there for something like shaved ice or a smaller use that people can, again, walk and bike to. We do emphasize the importance here of landscaping. You see that in the preserved oak trees area. There will be pavers and walking trails, again, to support the walkability, bikeability. We do show a park playground as well as a community benefit, again, for community members and people visiting. So the concept here is to create a place where people can be outdoors, can have direct access to those types of amenities that you do see in resort communities, but for it not to be an overwhelming commercial use, for it to have these preserved oak trees, this landscaped area, this park playground area. And we are committed to that as part of this site.
Okay. Well, with the fact that it's a beautiful area, and with the 25 mature oak trees that are down there in what you've labeled as preserved oak tree and playground area, I would be extremely uncomfortable if that changed to stores. And I don't know what our rules of engagement are to get a commitment from the applicant that would not be business stores, that it would be a playground or something similar.
That there can be a condition placed, and I think that given that likely several of these are going to be revised, I think the applicant could impose a condition and include on there that no development shall occur beyond, essentially put a hatch on there.
Yeah, I think, and again, I think there's probably some wordsmithing involved, obviously, but from our perspective, we are very comfortable in conditioning and kind of hatching that out there. I'm just trying to make sure I'm precise in hatching that out, preserving it for oak trees, the paved walkways, the playground, the park, open space type of use there, and it may just be as simple as saying there won't be a
structure,
a retail structure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not a problem. I mean, the vision here is to be similar to Lumina Station for those of you who have gone down to Wilmington and, see how it's tucked around the trees and
That's
where
it's actually where my office is. I was talking to Mr. Lombarino about that earlier. But for any kinds of restrictions like you're talking about, it needs to be a specific enough description so that it's enforceable. Not, if we're not around, the next board or the next owner, there's no uncertainty because those uncertainties are not favored in real estate law. So you gotta
Can you three come up with some wording that would, you know,
Probably
what our
need-
intentions are? And I'm not trying to speak for you guys either, but
Well, make sure I understand. You're talking about creating like a dash line behind or to
3,000.
the south of the 3,500 square foot building? That corner, and then everything south of that is to be retained as no buildings. Is that correct?
no structures, yeah.
No
That's
structure.
one way of
No
doing
retail
it.
structure, yeah.
Putting it on
No
a survey
structures.
that's recorded would probably
Yes,
be
no
another
structures,
way.
you're
It
right.
meets and bounds description.
Sure.
We could work on that. And again, we have no opposition to the concept here. Again, there's some wordsmithing or specifics, but this is intentional to provide a community feel to it.
Ron, are you finished with your overview, or is it?
Correct, and just happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Okay, so we got the no structures in the south. Beyond that, I guess a couple of things. One really small thing, I guess. I know it's just conceptual, but showing that walkway exiting at the entrance to that is unwise.
Yes.
And I would hope that you consider moving that entrance to the park area, maybe onto the right side of that 3,500 building,
Yeah,
as opposed to right
Noted.
where all the cars are turning.
that will certainly be designed for.
Right. And I realize this is
safe
conceptual.
access. Yes.
And making sure we have enough buffering or landscaping on the clubhouse road side there, where lots 12, 11, and I don't know what that number is up above there. The one that's at the top of the T. There's
Yeah, and
another
that
home
one,
there.
that's actually got a pretty good sized buffer existing
Yes,
to
it's
it
got
Got a
now.
retaining wall and plants and stuff
Yeah.
on it.
So we have, okay, they have enough buffering there. But my big concern, I guess, maybe in Westwood, tree preservation in general. Now, we're preserving these trees here now, sort of, because no structures in that area, but they're going to have to still do some work in there. Currently, all this stuff would be subject to our present tree preservation mitigation as written in the current UDO, correct?
That's correct.
And we've agreed through our other project that we're going to enhance our tree, I guess I'll use the word enhance, tree preservation mitigation regulations going forward at some point. Can we, I guess I look at this as global in this, can we apply, by writing it as an overall global condition, that we pull all that stuff forward? Is that possible, or
that hasn't been adopted. The applicant hasn't seen the language, but for
or
for
some
eating
pieces of
establishment,
it?
for eating establishments, you've done that. For the primary, so the big distinction or difference is that heritage trees, or you guys haven't sorted out the size yet, but the size as currently prescribed, I believe it's 32 inches at DBH. For removal would be subject to a variance. And so, that's something that, anyways, I want to let you guys know that.
Yeah, we obviously haven't seen the language.
Yep.
I don't know what it says, and so I can't speak to whether or not it would be possible. We would need to review it. Conceptually, there is, if it does obviously work, we're happy to do it. And if it's
Well, some of it also applies when you do remove trees, you're replacing them with inch for inch trees. So if you remove we're protecting the large ones for sure.
We are
Okay.
certainly
And
open
then-
to,
And then if you have to say, I don't remember what the number, say if an 18-inch oak disappears, we need 18 inches more of a similar type of trees. I forget, we call those regulated trees or something?
Yes.
Yes.
So because we're in the process of rewriting it because we don't feel we're protecting our trees here well enough now. So either somehow, and I realize we can't impose the whole thing on you if we don't have it, but I don't know if we can extract some key features of that to say this is in this whole conditional zoning thing would apply as tree preservation and mitigation.
Everywhere.
Every site in here.
Yes.
again,
Certainly, we'll share it with them first. But.
Well, Wes can provide you at least generally that information right now. Well, not right this minute, but by June 7th.
So what I will say on that is we have not seen the language. I understand the intent to preserve trees. Certainly respect that. We cannot make any commitment to adopt that without reviewing it. And there's the possibility that it would be something, if this board intends to apply it across sites, which at this late juncture is a bit of a surprise, I will say. But it's something that we can review, and it may be something where it is possible on certain sites and not possible on other sites. It would
So
be subject to
Could we
our
agree that
review.
we would, Wes would forward you the latest language, and then you will look at it and just tell us? Can you apply it on all sites, some sites, and not?
And to speak specifically to this site, we want to save
You're
as
going to have
many
a
trees as
lot,
we
you're
can.
going
I
to
mean,
have
that's our
a hell
goal.
of a time doing it on this site, because even if you keep the 25 mature oaks that are down where the playground and tree area is, there's 60 more of them that are up in the area that you want to develop.
Oh, no, I certainly
So it's-
understand that. And with this being this is like the missing 4 Club Villas buildings back in the day, and looking at it from a single family home perspective too, we've looked at the trees and are trying to do the best design we can. And obviously, we're not at tree survey stage yet.
And normally we do it by development, right? That if you take some trees down, you got to put them back. But I would guess we would be open here that if you take some out of one site, you could put them in another site.
So that was one of the comments I was going to make. Additionally, what I will say is that it is really tough to judge that applicability here. Again, having not seen the language, but also having gone through sites already where concessions have been made and things have been discussed related to layouts and designs and setbacks. At this juncture, it is just tough to
Well,
know.
one
Let's
pines are
say,
not,
one
pines are not
step at a
included.
time here.
And again, I know that you are in the process of rewriting the UDO. To the extent somebody came before you with just a conventional rezoning, so a non-conditional rezoning, they obviously would be subject to the existing one. So again, it is a consideration we can have. I do just want to explain and get it on the record for the board, to the extent that it is not something we're able to do on certain sites or maybe across the board. There are those considerations that we have to take into
All right,
account.
we will
just-
see. But
it-
one
so-
step at a time. You'll get the wording, you'll decide, we'll discuss.
So if you were asking, so let me get this straight. If you have a 36-inch tree,
32-inch.
32
I believe
inch
it's
tree.
32-inch. I'll pull it up.
30
It is.
And I'll just say, I mean, just the other issue is that this board will likely change it another 4 times before we move it on.
So my question
We'll
being,
get to a fast answer. now.
Yeah.
my question just being, so yeah, but, and I'm a little bit familiar because I had one of these ordinances in Surf City, or a similar ordinance. If you have a 32-inch oak tree on a site, you were asking for inch replacement. So that would either be 32 1-inch trees or four 8-inch trees if you had a tree spade or something like that, and you could move trees from site to site. That kind of, that's the conceptually what I'm
Yes.
hearing.
And
Okay.
there's only certain ones that are protected like that. Certain
Sure, the oaks, the
Pines are not-
hollies.
Loblolly pines are not. You can.
I-
Often, okay? I'm sorry. But so it's not like it's not a Hilton Head list of every plant that's
Sure,
safe.
no, I
We
understand.
tried to be reasonable.
Which we appreciate that. Again, I think where we're at is
I was just trying to wrap my brain.
it is going to have to be reviewed.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
we
will.
would expect that.
And I apologize for my comment, but I'll send the language to the applicant. I think the more complicated issue, and I guess I'd be curious to get Brady's take on this, is that if the town moves to a procedure where a variance is required for removal of a
You plugged in.
certain size,
Wes,
Yeah,
you plugged
he
in.
is.
removal of a certain size tree, that for CZ approval, I mean, I guess it would still be applicable, right? The site would just have to need to accommodate that, or the variance would have to be granted. In other words, the tree would need to remain, or variance would need to be granted, or they would need to move the site around.
You're talking about a future tree ordinance that we've been talking about. Once it gets adopted after this conditional zoning.
It would be in law, yes.
They're requesting that one of the overall conditions is that the current draft tree rules would apply to this.
that's currently drafted but not adopted.
Correct.
I don't, I mean, I don't think something that's not applicable to landowners yet can be enforced against this landowner or this applicant, absent them wanting to,
Unless they agree to it.
unless they voluntarily agree to some of it here and some of it there. A subsequently enacted ordinance. So let's say the conditional zoning were granted today. A year from now, town passes a new tree ordinance that's applicable town-wide. I think it would be applicable to their properties, notwithstanding the conditional rezoning, because you don't, to the extent they haven't developed those properties yet, I think it would be applicable to them.
We were kind of told previously, they kind of get to choose whether it's the one in,
Well,
when we grant them the CZ or one that's enforced at the time of doing it. So
Well,
maybe-
so right now, their conditional rezoning is being based upon the current laws and regulations in place when they submitted their application. But I don't think that that means that the town is unable to pass laws that apply town-wide just because they got a conditional rezoning. But
As long as it doesn't conflict directly with the conditional rezoning
well, there's going to be,
layout, like
there's going to be,
setbacks or something we're agreeing.
because I mean, even the city of Wilmington, I'm dealing with this right now in another case. They've got this tree preservation desire. You got the heritage trees and all this other stuff, and developers going into development realize, all right, we got to do a tree survey, and if we move or cut down these trees, we're going to have to replace them by this way. We got to pay a fine or do something or replant elsewhere. I don't know that this conditional zoning prevents the town from passing those rules and regulations down the road as to properties you haven't developed yet or gotten permits for.
So I would need to just look at. I've not considered that issue. I think that is certainly possible, right? I mean that the tree process is more in the, again, site plan approval is related
Right.
to that.
I mean, look, if for instance you've heard enough to know about how many trees are on this track too, right? If you were to go and pass a regulation that was pretty clear you were targeting this track and really being able to put the screws to them, they would have legitimate beef with that.
Yeah, and I think for simplicity's sake, and again, we can review targeted site suggestions for tree preservation. We don't think that it's probably appropriate to place a undue burden on us across these sites, just given their unique nature. And like Grady said, to the extent that some of these sites are not developed by the time you do pass it, again, I can't make a statement because I've not looked at it, but there is the possibility that it would just apply at that stage. What we don't want to do is create unnecessary complexities here. And I think Wes highlighted one of them, which is, are we just creating more issues where we have to go back and get certain approvals if something changes? We do not want to do that. We don't believe that we should be held to that burden. And so our recommendation is we're happy to review things if it is targeted, and if it is rather than across the board. And it will, but we believe that we should be held to the existing standard as of now. And again, like Grady mentioned, if we go for site plan approval and there's a new preservation ordinance that applies, we would potentially be subject to that. That would be our recommendation for simplicity and clarity on this issue.
Well, like I say, maybe I misunderstand, which is perfectly possible. That my previous understanding was that that if this is done now, you're only going to be held to the current UDO.
So that is related to the zoning and the specific conditions.
Okay, so then maybe I misunderstood that previous discussion. So if on January 1st, a new UDO in effect, when a new tree policy goes in effect, you could say, well, this site was CZ zoned in the old one, we're just going to, but anyway, let me get to my final point. I'd rather have you see it, have you buy into it to a certain extent, even if you can't do it all over, and say, well, we can buy into this. And I also want to be able to let you say that mitigation can be done across subject sites, which wouldn't be done if they're individual developments, which I think, in other words, if you can't save a few trees on subject site 1, you can mitigate it on 2 or something like that. Which, if there were 2 separate sites, I think, in development, you wouldn't be able to, I think, wouldn't be able to do that. So I'd rather have you see it, look at it, buy into it. If you have an objection or you
Yeah.
can't do it, and then
And
hopefully we come up with a win-win.
And as we have shown throughout this process, we're happy to review those things again, as long as they're reasonable and don't materially impact the timeline associated here. But, looking at each site by site for something like that does obviously take time, and we want to be respectful and responsible, but we also have some.
He's right. You read it, at least you've got the concept. But I think Brady brought up a very key point here. If you go through conditional zoning, but you decide to wait a year before you bring a preliminary plot plan to us, you are obligated to really 2 things. You're obligated to the conditional zoning things that were directly addressed in that conditional zoning change, and unless they conflict, you have to comply with everything in the new UDO.
I think the general rule needs to be that whatever the zoning is, when they file for this application, is what's going to apply if the conditional zoning is granted. As to future zoning changes, including tree ordinance regulations, whether or not that applies is going to have to depend on a fact-by-fact, case-by-case basis, timing, what's been done, what hasn't been done. The law could change. I don't really know. I think, again, this board should go into it with the mindset of whatever your tree ordinance provisions are under the zoning ordinance is what they're going to get the benefit and the burden of. If they want to voluntarily subject themselves to some additional burden on a tract-by-tract basis, then they can certainly do so. I think the other thing this board needs to remember is they and their client are in the business of making money. I've never met anyone who says, I hate trees, cut them all down. The better the nicer their,
Really?
the nicer their product, other than pine trees, the nicer their product that they put out there, the more visited it's going to be, the higher values it's going to fetch. It's going to be a better product than if they just go and nuke the whole site and have nothing there but crepe myrtles and.
We're just used to large subdivisions where it is easier to go in and grade everything down to.
It's a major complaint from
Agreed,
citizens.
but then again, most people when they buy their house do what? They start planting trees, and it comes back. But
Where are we?
I would like to ask a question.
Please.
It has nothing to do with trees, just so you know. As I'm looking at this rendition here, I see sidewalks in some places, like to get back to the playground. I see there's a sidewalk. But with all the parking around the building and around the edge of the properties, are there any sidewalks when moms have toddlers and they're trying to get them?
You mean along the street fronts?
No, I'm talking inside the parcel where you have your 10,000 square foot building and this, that, and the other. Because we have brought up walking paths and jogging paths and things like that. And I just thought in this area where probably a lot of moms would be shopping with children and this, that, and the other, sidewalks would be helpful instead of just walking back and forth across the park.
And we are certainly anticipating taking that into,
Thank you.
incorporating that into
That's
the
all I
design.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know that I'm going to bring up another point regarding the site because I'm still unclear. Well, I guess Brady made it clear, but
So, I mean, I think that staff needs to talk about the relative vesting on this and provide you guys, I mean, it's an official determination on that in general.
I thought the ordinance that would come into play, the UDO, would be the one that is in effect.
That's
at the
correct.
time that a preliminary plat comes before us, unless there's been specific items that were negotiated in the conditional zoning, the rest of the conditional zoning agreement.
And so subsequent approvals will depend, that's where we need to talk about, because if the conditional zoning gets approved, that's one thing. It depends on if subsequent approvals are tied to that initial conditional zoning application, whether or not they're vested to the ordinance in place at the time of submittal of the CZ or the ordinance in place at the time of the submittal of the preliminary plat.
Well, everybody else in the world is subject to the UDO in effect at the time you submit the preliminary plat. I think it would be,
No, but there's things called
You can go ahead.
there's what's called a multi-phase development plan that vests you for a period of 7 years.
okay, but
So,
yeah.
and I mean, the language specifically says that.
So here's a real clear example of what doesn't apply. They get a conditional zoning, and then a year from now, you come in and try to rezone the property to something that completely would defeat it. They wouldn't be subject to that UDO ordinance, even though it wasn't contemplated as part of your conditional rezoning. And you could also try to legislate in some new zoning ordinance. Is that me? That would try to circumvent and thwart their approvals that we're talking about them trying to get now through this process. So on the one hand, yes, what's in place now is what this conditional rezoning is based upon. That doesn't prevent the town from making changes to its UDO in the future. As to whether or not those changes would be ultimately applicable to any of the tracks here would remain to be seen. But I think, again, the general position should be it likely would not be applicable to their conditional rezoning unless they either agree to it, because it might be of a benefit to them, or there was some loss of a vested right or some loss of an entitlement that I just can't imagine happening anytime soon.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that's why in the end, I'd rather have them just buy into it if
So,
it's okay.
yes, but okay, we at least know the rules. That's been explained.
That's really the whole reason they're coming in now, is they want that certainty.
Correct.
Yeah, but they didn't come in to save trees. They didn't come in to adopt buy into our existing tree ordinance. They came in to be able to put commercial property on a residential lot.
Well, they
That's a
came
bigger
in, they
thing.
came in to lock in entitlements and approvals so that they can move forward as the current owner, or they might sell off bits of these tracts to other developers, and those developers would have the certainty of knowing that the rules are not going to change.
Correct.
Now, my subject is going to be the villas 2, or they're called the club villas, and it's building number 11, and it's the only one that really comes into play here.
Okay.
It's a 4-unit, 2-story, smaller. It's not a huge. It's not like the Champions. It's more quaint. It's got a nice golf course view out the back. Right now, it's got a forest out the front, and I think what was contemplated there was more villas just like that.
Four more buildings.
But like that. In other words, smaller scale multifamily. Now we're coming in pretty much right up to the property line with either an access egress road or parking, and you call out heavy landscape buffer. I'd like to know what a heavy landscape buffer is.
Okay.
If it's 4 feet tall,
We can, as part of the review after this and moving forward towards council specifically, provide a specific type buffer as a condition, which is part of the ordinance, in terms of what that includes from a landscaping standpoint. That is something that we can, as part of that, as this process moves forward, look at what we can do from a type buffer yard.
okay, and the only thing I can come up with, I'm trying to look at a side setback, and 8 feet's all I can really find here. And I think that is what's shown there.
I can give you an update on that if you need me to. So their proposed setbacks are 25 feet off the front, 8 feet off the side, and 15 off the rear.
It said 8 foot off the left side, so I looked at that, and that's what I figured it was.
It's 8 feet off the left and the right, just to
Okay.
be clear.
All right.
Correct.
If there's anything that can be done with a increased buffer size there, I think that's important. I'm not sure that it can.
Buffer or setback?
Well, setback, excuse me.
So I think setback wise, we cannot really move just because, again, site configuration here. What I will say though is we are committed to extensive buffering, complete screening again, as
You
Grady
have
has
a
mentioned, we have
first
to
view of
make
this
it
property?
enforceable. That is just something
don't
we
have
need to
one.
go and look at the
This
tight
one.
buffer yard so that it can be
Yeah, you have the earth
included
view.
as a condition. But that is something we can certainly do.
Okay, thank you. Now, a restaurant is requested there as a use.
Correct.
The type of restaurant, this is in a residential area. There's residents right across the street, across Clubhouse Road. There's residents in the club villas. The type of restaurant is, to me, is key. There's obviously a huge difference between and I'm going to be nice, Buffalo Wild Wings, which is going to be open till midnight,
Right.
and a Jersey Mike's sub shop,
Yes.
which is going to close at 9, 10.
Right. So the uses here is the goal for this site is light food, deli, coffee shop, that kind of thing, breakfast, those kinds of things that people can use, meet with their neighbors, what have you, socialize, utilize the park area, and kind of have that sense of community there. Watch the folks sitting on that tee box there as they're sipping their coffee, or pushing their kids in the swing.
Yes, the intent
kind of
is
thing.
not for a late night restaurant.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, is it possible for us to put a stipulation on there that the restaurant would need to close by some reasonable time,
Yes.
say 9 or 10 p.m.?
Yes.
And I was actually about to say that we would be, and again, I don't have authority to commit to it, but I believe that a hours of operation limit of 9 or 10 would not be an issue for the restaurant use. I think it'd likely be across the uses. I just would need to.
Sybil, what do you think of that?
That's good.
This is a quaint area, and I'm looking at the driveway that comes out onto Clubhouse Road, the one that's near the 3,500 square foot building. Those headlights shine right into 103 Old Oak Lanes, right into the side of their house.
Yeah, that's their garage. They have a side load garage there.
Yes, it is a
Yeah,
garage.
and she doesn't have any windows on that side of the building.
Well, the garage does, but there's no
Right.
windows to the house.
Correct.
Yes, and I think
can
that would be
appreciate
part of potential the screening and buffering again to mitigate those impacts, and to not
Yeah, and
have them impact adjoining properties.
These
But
are
again,
all
Again,
conceptual.
the intent here is for something where it is not to create something incompatible with the quiet residential nature. The intent here is to provide something that people, again, which is part of the town's land use plan to promote walkability and bikeability to amenities for the town.
Yeah, I mean, our vision for all of these sites is seeing people walk, bike, golf cart. I mean, that is honestly with the types of uses that we envision and we want to bring into Sea Trail. That's the type of stuff we see. We don't see people coming from outside on a daily basis to utilize the types of uses that are inside of Sea Trail.
I have a question that Madam Clerk Administrator or Katie may be able to answer. Did anyone that spoke out on the public comment yesterday, did any of them live on these homes across from this proposed project 1211, maybe back in the villas? Do you recall anyone? When were they
It
for?
wasn't yesterday at comments, but it was at the community meeting that we had on the 31st of March. Somebody stood up that I believe lived in Club Villas and made the comment about something to the effect, you're going to put a business right there?
Right.
And,
So,
kind of
okay.
like that.
Because what I did hear was the whole destruction of trees at the south entrance, which based on this is not the case on that lower half. But I mean, I think it's noteworthy that other than the community meetings and one person in the villas that you can recall, and nobody came the other day to speak out. That's directly
Excuse me,
across
somebody did come
from the
yesterday.
Somebody
clubhouse.
talked about entrance,
In fact,
the busyness at the entrance. I wasn't sure it was this
the
one.
woman of age,
The 95-year-old
lives-
lady.
lives in that area. Yeah.
I have. Let's
Yeah.
see.
But I guess while he's looking, I would certainly look favorably if we had closure of these establishments at 9 p.m.
Yes, and
It'd
again,
certainly mitigate a lot of the concern, I think.
I do not see that being an issue.
Okay,
I don't either.
you have that?
Yep. So is it 10 p.m. or
9
9
p.m.
9 p.m. It's what Ron just suggested. I said 9 or 10, but
Yeah,
What-
th-
Like they
again,
would mitigate most of the concerns.
that is again,
and no drive-throughs required.
no,
it's
no,
those kinds of things.
again, it is resort community-based commercial uses that people walk to. Frankly, the intent is to have people stay there and sit on porches and hang out and use the park and do all of that and outdoor
And
seating.
we can certainly I don't think I'm out of line saying we can entertain, restriction on drive-through or anything like that.
Because what that propagates is people. I mean,
and we had
done
that
it,
in our original
and then
text
you
amendment
you
request.
pull into a
several
parking
months ago.
spot and you sit there and
Yes, that's fine.
you jam with the radio.
I've
on,
added
you know.
that one.
Yeah.
No drive-throughs. Yep.
That's always
Okay,
Let's
we're good.
make one more pass through here
We're
because
good.
this is an important site to a number of people. And
People, I think what you laid out and everybody, I think it's fine.
okay,
Yeah.
Sybil,
I'm good.
Excellent.
no, it's not excellent.
Static.
And Ron had brought up the thing about you're a third over in parking, but you're trying to throw what sticks
Yeah,
against the wall
y-
depending on what you put in where.
Again, and
Okay.
I-
Yeah, you've
I
already said
understand
that.
it.
It's-
These are all conceptual. The parking requirements and the ordinance, when we go for the subsequent approvals, will be the ones that apply.
Okay, I don't have any more specific notes. I don't.
What's next?
Uh,
Make a suggestion
Yes.
and maybe hear me out on this one. Can we jump to site 15?
Well,
Because-
2:30 also, we had kind of a
Yeah.
agreed 2:30
No, we had a
reassessment. Was it
reassessment.
2:30 or
It
3:30?
was 3:30, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
with 3 sites, and if we could endeavor to get those done,
Okay.
and I think we can, let's press forward.
The reason
All
why I bring this up is 15, and then you could potentially look at 5 and 6 kind of in the same like because they're right next to each other.
Yes, and I was actually, and we're happy to do 15. 5 and 6 are very similar in terms of what our summary is going to be for both of those. So let's get 15, and we can. read
Well, I
five
think
and
5 and 6 are very similar to what we're just talking about right now.
I'm
I think if
happy-
we move on to that, we can have our head around that same commercial concept.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
5 and
15.
6.
We're doing what, 15
We're,
first?
we're,
No,
we're going to
going
do
to 5 and
5 and
6.
5, sorry.
And I'm saying that, well, I don't need to re-explain, but go to number 5.
And
5, number 5.
yes,
Okay, number 5 is at the east entrance, I'll call it, of Sea Trail off of Shoreline Drive. It's on the drawing, it's labeled as Shoreline Drive. It's Sunset Boulevard.
yes. So this is also, as Chairman Larkin noted, somewhat similar to what we just went over. 5 and 6 are pretty equivalent in terms of what is being proposed from a condition standpoint and a use standpoint. We're in terms of height restrictions saying no building shall exceed 40 feet in height. We're obviously showing proposed landscaping and buffering to meet the requirements. We are showing a 25-foot front setback, a rear setback along the golf course of 15 feet, and
Yes.
side setbacks of, I believe, 8 feet. If you look at the proposed design here, and again, I'll go back to the site that we were just talking about. Please disregard the hatching showing units within the building. It is obviously planned that this will be a multi-unit building, but that is just, again, conceptual in terms of what is shown. What we are planning to do here is, again, somewhat similar in terms of commercial style, resort style uses, things that will supplement and complement the golf courses. It is also potentially, and so that is what we're planning to do: professional neighborhood services, those types of things. So that is why it is called out in this manner. We are showing 2 access points. Obviously, those will be dictated by the ordinance, and then as part of a driveway permit approval with NC DOT along NC 179B. we're obviously trying to set the building back from the roadways to provide for parking, and frankly, to screen the parking from the golf course. So that
You
there-
also have a sign there that's at both entrances, a Sea Trail entrance sign.
Correct. And so, but there is, we can talk about, and obviously we will properly buffer this to screen it from the
One of the biggest things that I am worried about is this is a bad intersection. This is a troublesome intersection right now with very limited use onto Old Point Lane, which we've renamed. It used to be Clubhouse Road. The contours of the intersection are horrific, with the crown of the road being right along the curb line as this fronts your property. We've spent a couple of occasions with wreckers out there pulling moving vans that have run aground because the peak is so high as they come out of Old Point Road, and particularly try to make a left-hand turn to go towards CVS on Sunset Boulevard. And even as you're coming down Sunset Boulevard to make that right-hand turn into Sea Trail, the whole crown of the road is going against you. So it's pitching your car back into the road as you're trying to make that turn.
Okay.
We can't do anything. We're not going to do anything about that because it's a state road. But
I-
now what you're
But Mr. Chair, I think you can request that there be no driveway access on Sunset Boulevard. I don't know if that's a particular issue for the applicant, but I think that would
well.
alleviate some of those
Let
concerns.
me come to
Okay.
that, but even before that is an agreement, because that's a DOT issue, if you will.
It
or
is,
it's a DOT road.
but you can condition that.
Okay. I object to the two entrances and exits that are almost opposite each other from Site 5 and Site 6. And it's so close to the intersection that people are going to be coming from Walgreens to turn into towards the Maples Clubhouse. And all of a sudden there's two cars or potentially cars sitting there. It to me is a disaster waiting to happen.
and that is certainly understood. We're not trying to have unnecessary conflict movements as part of entering and exiting the site. Again, conceptual, it is something that would be very much scrutinized as part of permitting, both with DOT and also making sure that we comply with the town's requirements. What I do know is that to the extent the town wants to remove that potential conflict, we'll have to just make sure that the language is clear. I do not believe that there would be opposition to that.
I don't know where else you can go, though, from a practical standpoint.
Wes?
Mr. Chair, so I think, if I may, so if on subject 6, the driveway was aligned with the existing Kings Trail intersection, and then on subject 5, there was
Hold
only,
it. Number 6, Kings Trail.
yes.
I don't. Okay, you mean further up on the far west end of that site?
Correct. So there
Okay.
would be, you would have intersections across from one another.
Yeah.
And I mean, this necessitates this is typically something that's handled at the TRC schedule. It's TRC stage, not necessarily here, but I think it's something that we can discuss potentially and have some agreements on.
Yes.
And then secondly, on subject 5, that there be, the goal would be to move that intersection. You don't want it to be, or the driveway, further away from Sunset Boulevard, but not so close to Kings Trail that you've created an issue.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are very flexible on access. Again, we're trying to just make sure that there is sufficient access and flow through the site so that you're not having
Yeah, like just here.
of issues parking or getting out of the site, but we have no issue like removing any. That's
Yeah, that's
So-
fine.
And we're going to remove the entrance from Shoreline Drive, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's Sunset Boulevard.
Sunset.
Well, yes. I'm just looking at
Well,
the picture.
I don't know that there could be a way to put a deceleration lane in there, and I think it would work fine.
That's possible.
And
That'd be
it's-
very cost prohibitive.
Yeah,
to them.
that is
Yeah.
very expensive. Again, that would be something as part of the driveway permit process.
The
that we-
DOT might make you do that.
and trust me, I work with the DOT regularly, and I know that they love to do that. But it is something that is costly. It would be something that we would obviously factor in, and that's why, again, we need to see the exact language. But I do not see an issue with saying there cannot be access off of that side of the.
I don't know what we've really agreed on.
So right now, no driveway shall be permitted along Sunset Boulevard, and that on subject site 6, the driveway will be aligned with Kings Trail. On subject site 5, the driveway will be located closer, or I'll have to word it
You can't
somehow,
move it north.
Further
or else it's going
northwest.
to be really make that.
except
Kings
no
Trail.
closer than 200 feet to Kings Trail.
Yes, that
Yeah.
should not be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, I think Todd has provided to you just to highlight the distance and the existing buffer, and obviously additional buffer that we will provide as part of this. And so that's why we believe that these sites are appropriate, because they are a good distance and are able to be buffered from impact.
And Todd, the septic leaching fields that are in site 6, there's about 8 crowns that come up through the. They are out of commission.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Because
those
they're
are-
from the condos
Are we
in
on
the
5 or
back
6?
by
I
the.
believe they're from the
6.
club
No,
villas.
5.
Yeah. So
I saw them on 6.
Yeah, I just
Are
want to
we
clarify.
on 5 or 6?
We are on 5.
So we are
Sorry.
talking about 5. There is overlap, and and happy to. I ask that we probably don't jump around, just so that there can be clarity on what conditions
Okay.
we're applying to
Apologize.
the property. No. And again, there is overlap here. I certainly don't want to stop progress. I just wanted it to be clear for the board members, for Wes, Chad, and Grady as well. We'll certainly address that at subject site 6.
All right, Sybil, anything on site number 5?
Yeah.
No, or 6, no.
I'm good, Pete.
Well,
Go away.
my only. Oh, Jerry,
I'm
good.
No, I said go ahead.
Okay. Now, if I'm correct, or the front, this site, and of course we're going to get to the next one, that looks into our overlay district. Is right across the road, Sunset Boulevard. Correct? Am I correct on it, Chad?
That's correct.
Yes.
It should the architectural guidelines for the overlay can be extended to any of these commercial properties that are facing Sunset Boulevard across from.
Unless the applicant is requesting to be excluded from those, the overlay district standards would still apply.
Oh, I didn't
But
see
it
that.
doesn't
I don't see
apply-
that anywhere. But
Hold it. But the way it says right now, it doesn't apply to any golf course areas. Or so-
if everybody thinks that is, then we can. Then they.
I looked at it as it does not apply today to that side of the road. Now, once they turn it into commercial, it may apply. But with the conditional zoning,
And I'm
I don't know
talking.
that step. I think that step might be missed.
And what I will say on that is that would be something we could certainly review. I frankly have not considered that. What I will say is there's a commitment across these sites for high architectural standards.
Right.
And to be consistent with a beach community, a very residential feel. Again, that
Well-
is part of it. And just if I can finish, it would certainly be something we would consider. I've not reviewed those standards, and I've not gone through those standards specifically concerning the site.
The
With
guy
my
next to
client.
you wrote them, so.
And no, and I understand that there are other folks that we have to speak to on that, and that is why I can't commit to it.
It's just.
They would be, I believe they'd be applicable. The exemption is specifically to golf courses and golf driving ranges.
And that
so
would
once
be
that
my
changes,
understanding as
then they're
well.
applicable.
So I guess can we just clear that up and make it sure it's applicable?
It is,
It
I
is
believe it's currently applicable.
applicable.
They're not requesting
I mean,
an
I'm
exemption from them.
I mean, I'm sure Clint doesn't familiar with them, but Todd can fill them in next week or something. But I'm saying the architectural guideline, being that they're right facing each other, should apply. Do we
They-
agree they
that's-
should apply?
That's what we're saying.
Yes.
They do apply.
I think it's
Unless
all
the
I did.
applicant.
Yeah, and again, I've not, and this is just because of the volume of slides. I do not have in front of me, obviously, if this falls into overlay. It's my understanding that it does.
Yep.
Because we have not requested the exemption, those would still apply,
That's
similar
correct,
to how we have handled parking and other parts of
That's
the
good.
UDO.
Yeah. So the
Perfect.
homework would be for on this one that they would actually need to tell us after reviewing the overlay district standards of are they asking for exclusion from them, and then we could address
But
this.
they have not yet.
But if they have not, then they would
And,
apply.
and I don't anticipate that happening. I believe that has been frankly factored in. And again, across these sites, the plan is for them to be very consistent in terms of high architectural standards.
Perfect.
Now do we move to site 6? I think it's going to
Happy
be
to.
pretty much the same.
It is.
So if I may, I just want to make sure there's only 2 conditions for subject 5. No driveway along Sunset Boulevard and the driveway along Clubhouse Road shall be located as far north of the site except no closer than 200 feet from Kings
Kingsway.
Ferry. All right.
Correct.
Now, I'd like to see where that 200-foot is, because the closer it is to Sunset Boulevard, the more problematic.
And
that
I'm
becomes.
assuming, like you said, we don't need any further language on the overlay architectural
Nope.
guideline because
Nope.
it's fixed in the law already.
Well, you could put a note in there that says we discussed it, and
About a minute.
they have not.
It's in the minutes.
So-
right.
And
There's
so
no public comments, ma'am, I'm sorry. Okay. I have another, the next step would be to go to subject 6. Are there any things that are site specific to that? I've got some site specific questions to ask about that.
Yeah, so it is very similar, obviously, to subject 5. I believe the uses are identical. And again, these are kind of companion sites, as we have pointed out. The mirroring conditions there as to subject site 5. There is a lot of natural tree buffering there, as we have called out on the what we have handed up. That includes both subject 5 and subject 6, which is, again, you have the existing buffering along the golf course. We will also be subject to buffering requirements. And we have, frankly, accounted for that in the site layout with how we have positioned the parking in the building there at the corner of Old Point and NC 179 Business. So that does provide the ability to keep trees, retain trees, and provide adequate buffering along the golf courses.
There's an area that's, we'll call it to the far western end of that site 6, and it's disconnected somewhat because of your clearances. Will anything go in that strange shape?
In this little fingered area?
Yes.
Southern end.
It's right opposite,
Yeah,
what's the
we-
name of that road?
I think we'd be open to looking at some open space requirements, walking trails. We have no intentions of.
Yes.
No structures.
Correct.
Correct.
We would.
I mean, nothing more than like your pergola or something like that. That may go with like a park-like setting. That
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
Because it goes way down. It's way beyond Station
correct.
Trail,
And
No
our,
quote unquote development as it.
yeah, so there would not
Yeah,
be
we call it
a
personal
principal structure there. Again, the only thing that we foresee being there would be a gazebo or something that would go with a park.
One of the predominant objections, and this is important, I want to make sure this doesn't go by unnoticed by you two, and stop me if I step out of. One of the most predominant complaints or statements that have come to me by email or by verbiage is, and at the public meeting, community meeting, was, hold it, right across the street from sites 5 and 6, they didn't call it by name, is an MB2 area that you don't own, but it is part of Sunset Beach. It is as close to Sea Trail as I can get without being in Sea Trail, where all of these uses are allowed and encouraged, all of the uses you're asking for. And they're saying, don't we have enough space? Keep going.
Sure. I mean, and if you
Yep.
do you want me to answer that question? So when the land use plan was drafted, and I wrote it, and that's very correct. Specifically, the intent was that there is enough commercial land already allocated and zoned vacant, so that there was not a need to further expand the availability of it. So that's correct. Now that plan was written in 2017. I don't know if it would be the same outcome today, but that was the intent, and that was the guidance that's provided in the land use plan.
And I'd be happy to address that as well. I did touch on that obviously yesterday, and appreciate Wes kind of framing it up as well. Again, I think circumstances have changed. I mean, in your land use plan, you call out that the prior land use plan was 2010 before this current iteration. So you are coming up on essentially the time where at least an update to the land use plan would be timely and appropriate. I know that the School of Government, and it really varies based upon the municipality, suggests updates within every 5 to 10 years. Now
We're coming on one now.
Yes. And so in terms of that specific items, and I've got another point to follow, we would believe that it's appropriate to depart because of the changing circumstances, specifically related to this request, the addition of conditional zoning, and those types of things. My second point would be, while we understand that comment, these are strategic considerations as part of this larger plan, specifically for a resort-based development. The key for the economics and for the operation of a resort-based development is ease of access and location on kind of the community site. That is why we have proposed what we have proposed compared to going off site, is that, again, we're trying to promote walkability, bikeability, use of golf carts to access these uses within the community.
One of the things
And I think some of the uses that we're targeting are targeted towards golf, convention centers. I mean, we can have indoor practice facilities for golf schools, indoor pickleball courts, things of that nature that can be utilized within the community as a whole. That's the kind of stuff that we're looking to have that.
But that's none of
cohesive-
these that you're asking for in 5 and 6, not specifically what you just mentioned.
Well, I can't specifically
We don't
ask
have
for
those uses.
anything.
And
It's
again,
all under other retail stuff.
and again, the focus is on, again, the focus is on ease of location related to these commercial uses within the.
Well, I can understand with a golf cart or a bicycle, you got to cross over Sunset Boulevard.
Correct.
And
so that is why they have been put at these.
I'm making the
locations.
statement because it's the planning board's responsibility to discuss
Absolutely.
complaints or comments that have been proliferated throughout this, and I've gotten many. It's the highest volume topic. Is
Sure.
you got it across the street? Why do it here?
And I understand that, and that is why we're having this process. That is why we have stood and sat here and answered the questions and wanted to address public comment as well. And that was why I wanted to address public comment as part of my comments at the top. We are just simply saying that this was a strategic consideration.
I guess on the other side of the coin, Pete, it hasn't exactly been the Oregon land rush to scoop up those properties and build businesses there. So maybe giving them a crack at putting one across the road in the community there might be beneficial and draw other businesses to the other side of the road.
I can't refute that, but the economy has sure changed.
And what I will also say about those sites across the street is those do abut to kind of, I guess, more directly abut to some of those houses right there.
Mhm.
To us, this is more appropriate because you do have the natural distances, which we've called out the natural buffering, where you can you design them in the way and kind of lay them out in the way that we have, and it just promotes something that is easy to access but doesn't impact the golf courses and isn't something directly next to a residential piece of property.
Chad, you were about to say
Yeah,
something.
one of the things I was going to say that to tell the board, if Clint and Todd were to come to my office and ask for a conventional straight rezoning on this, one of the things I would say that the board would have to consider was the overall aspect of what's around it when you look at a rezoning anyway, such as the land across the street to it, beside it, adjacent to it, such as, and Wes could probably touch a little bit more on that, but the influence of the land across the street that it's zoned business can come into play here when you're looking at a conventional rezoning. This is also a rezoning process. So yes, you do have business land across the street. It could be looked as in harmony with how you view this. I wanted to just make that
So in
point
other
as
words,
well.
you're saying that it is appropriate because we've got it right across the street.
I'm not saying it is appropriate or it isn't. I'm just saying it can be taken into consideration into your decision of how you look at these 2 tracts of land and what's around it.
He's going to scold me again.
find it to be completely compatible. I've been on all sides of the D on this sort of thing. You're talking about a commercial node of it's gonna happen. If they start building commercial on their 2 tracks, I believe it'll take off on the other side. You'll have a commercial node. That's the whole purpose of smart zoning decisions. And you shouldn't be making your decision on whether or not you think that their performa is going to succeed or not. It's whether or not you think it's appropriate to be conditionally rezoned.
I brought it up because it's such a predominant comment, and I think that those citizens need to have their voice in public as we go through a decision process that
No,
allows or
I agree.
disapproves it.
I agree. I just think that these 2 tracks are more easily developed than the ones across that haven't been developed yet. But what do I know?
Well, the ones across the street have room for frontage roads. I mean, there's all kinds of advantages that that real estate agent would sell you. It's would promote.
I guess to me, the main point along Grady's line is we kind of have determined as a town that that is like our central business road.
Anyway,
So I think this is in complete compliance that that is our central business road. And if they are capable of doing better, bringing viable businesses there than the folks across the road were, then so be it. That's the nature of competition.
all right, are we ready to move on to the last?
Wholly end.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well,
Well, I thought
other-
I'd already done that.
No, other than the heritage trees on 5 and 6.
Okay.
We hashed that to death
Sorry,
already.
I missed that. I thought we had all said,
No.
So you're saying you want the same, the tree discussion we had earlier
And then
sort of
we've
applies.
already.
And again, as you can see from the layout, what we're planning to do is to preserve those trees. And again, it's to our benefit to additionally buffer the golf courses and to minimize any impacts to them.
Civil, what do you think about these 5 and 6? We're going to
I
move
think it's
on.
good.
Unless you've got,
I do think, I understand your concern because I go in and out of there a number of times. But there again, it's DOT and we just have to work with
We
it.
did agree to move the driveway.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
I did have a question. I know on track 5, you have no access coming off Sunset Boulevard North. What about with track 6?
Similar. Sorry.
Same? Okay.
Yeah, so the
Oh, yes.
condition,
Yeah, that's
so
right.
the conditions, sorry, thank you for
Yeah.
summarizing.
yeah.
No driveway shall be permitted along Sunset Boulevard, the driveway along Club, and then second would be
it's
the
gotta go over
driveway along Clubhouse Road shall be aligned with Kings Trail.
Yeah,
So that-
restrictions
So
on
that
those.
applies to both 5 and 6, or
Yeah,
it applies to,
Similar. Yeah,
Similar.
they're
okay, all right.
And the other driveway, we're going to align with that road, with
Correct.
with
Right,
Kings Trail.
With Kings Trail.
Kings, I don't know, okay. So the driveway to the west aligns with Kings Trail,
And
and the
that,
driveway is removed from Shoreline Drive, right?
Sunset Boulevard, yes.
Sunset Boulevard. And that requires
It
that
is, yeah.
Kings Trail is of concern. Because as you're coming from the Maples Clubhouse, from Clubhouse Road, coming towards Sunset Boulevard, you're going over a hill and you're blindly coming down to where Kings Trail comes in because of the verticality of that hump. So that is something we're going to have to look at from a technical review committee standpoint.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So do we need to add a caveat that these conditions shall be subject to TRC review?
Isn't it always?
Well, if you
They've already
if
made
you
their
place
fight
the
at it.
conditions as requirements, then they're requirements.
I think it behooves us all to not, I don't think anybody wants to get into an unsafe intersection, and we need to engineer it properly.
So I'm going to add a
Subject.
caveat on each of them, such
And we think that that would be appropriate to both make it clear if this is ultimately passed the intent of both this board and council, but to give certain minor flexibility to if it goes through TRC and there's a better process and there's a better location, that is completely fine.
All right, now we come to, I keep looking at that thermostat to see if you're putting it down. Okay.
Yeah, I believe we're subject 15.
Yes, the last of the
We-
last
we-
of
we
the
have made
last
it.
of the Mohegans, and it's a couple minutes before 3, so we're we're going to have a good Memorial Day. Maybe.
Maybe. We haven't done 15 yet.
Yeah. 15 is interesting. There's all kinds of mature oak trees that are in that area that's directly off of Sunset Boulevard. And so tree mitigation would probably come into play.
Okay.
I had 45 mature oak trees that were in that one portion of it, not even counting the area where you're talking about the condominiums. Now that solid blue line there, it's a new property line. Is that telling me that there's two different owners?
No, so that is just proposed as a future subdivision of the property.
Okay.
And that is shown because we obviously have the commercial building fronting the 179B, and we've called out uses there. So for that blue line, we've essentially tried to demarcate where we're contemplating a future subdivision, given the difference in uses and the multifamily tract reflected there, kind of towards the north of the site.
Well, can I ask you, the triangle that's to just directly south of Kings Trail, and it's not projected as having anything in it. Is there going to be anything in it?
No, there's nothing planned for that area.
Wait a second.
Oh,
Sorry. This one?
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
The triangle where that top arrow points
Yeah.
to is what I
Correct.
refer
Given
to.
its adjacency to that number 10 fairway, we do not. There's no
Okay, so the
plan.
12 mature oaks that are there are pretty safe then.
Correct. I would believe so. Again, I don't know if there's going to be need for some type of stormwater, but
potentially.
it is something we can
Okay.
consider.
Okay.
Clint and Todd, do you know what the new acreage of that northern tract would be? The reason why I'm asking is you're proposing it with meeting the density requirements now, subdividing that would
Yeah, the
potentially.
The multifamily out parcel shown would be 1.57 acres. It's in the bottom right-hand corner of the.
Yeah, and what we're proposing there, just to be clear, is our 18 condo units. So it is not a high density proposal there for the
All right.
for the multifamily tract.
I thought it said 22 on there.
Uh,
Oh, I see in red.
It says 18 condos that I read.
I see it. I
Correct.
see it.
You're proposing 18 units?
Correct.
So you'll be looking at a density calculation of 11.4,
Is that
11.5, yeah.
11 and a half.
Can you also
roughly.
count the area that's off on the triangle that he
and-
said wouldn't be
and-
developed?
And just to clarify, Chad, is that the calculation based on the UDO or the land use plan? Because we have had both throughout this
So
process.
that is the calculation. If you take 18 units divided by 1.578 acres of land,
That's just what it is.
it's just straight.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you
Yeah.
were talking.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify.
The reason why I asked that is I just wanted to make sure, because if you look at the overall site, then it would be 5.04 units an acre. Then if you're just taking the tract that's just looking to perform multifamily on it, it would be roughly just under 11 and a half. So for it to be land use classified as recreation, that needs to be something that, or not needs to be, wanted to just make sure I had that calculation right in my staff notes, that y'all had that information that was provided to you.
This building needs to be 50 feet in height.
That's the request.
It's just 18 unit building.
Can we have some discussion on that?
Yes, we would be. We obviously have substantial setbacks shown there. We would be amenable to reducing it down to 40 feet.
40 feet's fine. Yeah.
That makes a difference because I was going to be very concerned about the resident that's at 594 Kings
they
Trail.
have
Certainly,
Yeah,
and
59
I think again, it was when we were putting this together,
Go
it
for
is
it,
an
Jerry.
imperfect process where we're trying to make sure we're balancing interests as well as providing development flexibility. As we've gone through this process, we're able to narrow it down some, and 40 feet is agreeable to us.
So it's the parking, it's the condo itself, all of that's within that. I'll call it a Pentagon, okay. Everything, all of it's within that? I would assume your parking's probably
correct.
going up
Yes.
closer to the road, but
Yeah, and again, but yes, that is intended to be the footprint of the development.
so, because I was assuming that maybe your parking would be over in that triangular area, which you said might not be developed.
No, it is not.
Okay.
The footprint shown here is for parking and built and structure.
That's good.
You got a cart path running right through the middle of your multifamily, but I
There-
guess it can be diverted.
Correct. That will be relocated.
Right. There's probably nothing left of the building.
It would be hard for you to find that.
It'd be hard
cart
for you to
path
find the cart path some places.
It's
Pretty beat up in there.
everywhere.
I understand.
That's why it's going to cost you $2 to $5 million per course to fix them up. Sybil, anything specifically about subject 15?
No, I'm conceding, I'm giving in to townhouses and condos.
And again, we're just trying to balance it.
And there's
Wh-
no balance.
Yeah.
But I get it.
Jerry?
The top part we just discussed, I have no problem with, but of all the parcels we looked at, this is the one I have, this lower part where the building sits. I have the greatest concerns for that. It takes away so much for the golf course. It takes away, I don't know how many trees, because that's heavily treed in there.
45 mature oaks and
Yeah,
15
I
mature
just-
pines.
This one I cannot put,
So this one is one where we have flexibility in terms of footprint,
so.
and how big that structure is, and to the extent that we can reduce it.
Yeah.
we
I think my
can.
biggest, not to interrupt,
Yeah.
but is any off of 179? I'd like to see that 179. We just talked about 2 minutes ago about eliminating any access from 179 to any of the property.
But there's no other place for
There's
them
no
to
other way to
access.
Yeah,
it.
I mean-
Block it
Well,
off. It's-
then
unless you find it. It's-
unless you find it, well, I'm totally against that piece.
Oh, okay.
That section, the top piece, the northern part, is fine. The
And-
southern part, no.
Yeah, and so to the extent that access is a concern, again, we're happy to consider similar access conditions related to maybe having just a singular access there, and specifically given the fact that, again, we're happy to further condition the size of the building down, and make it smaller so that then that reduces parking and all associated accompaniments for the development, so that we can then preserve the trees and have buffering there. We are happy to do that.
Well, I have something that adds on to that
Correct.
same thing that Jerry is saying on the same note. We have Jasmine Lane that on the west side here
Yes.
abuts that, and we have 622 Jasmine and 620 Jasmine that would be impacted. Right now, they're looking out into a golf hole of green on the Maple 16. Even though you've got by scale, you've got a significant setback there. I think buffers are important, and if you can make the building, the 8,500 square foot building, smaller, maybe you don't have to have your parking reach all the way in there,
Yeah,
and that there's less trees being taken down, and it stays away from 622 Jasmine Lane.
yes, and that is something we can certainly do. Again, I think one of the issues here, and maybe some of the concerns are frankly because in looking at this site, I think we just have too much parking shown. But what I can say is, if we want to go ahead,
Excuse me, thank you.
is if we want to consider a condition, and again, I would need to get final approval from my client to say it will not exceed 5,000 square feet. That is taking 3,000 plus square feet off of it. And then that shrinks everything down, and we can obviously adequately buffer it.
So the parking would be about for 5,000.
It's So,
Depends on the-
it's-
depends on the
yeah, I mean, is it possible to condition to retain a buffer up to 50 feet along Sunset Boulevard for that treat area?
I don't know the answer to that,
Okay.
frankly. It is, I can take it to Mr. Hill and see what his response is.
That would be the parcel dimension you have there is not the same as the parcel dimension that's,
On the GIS?
yeah,
Yeah, it's off. The GIS is off.
okay. All right.
So, yeah, so at 5,000 square foot, the parking would be down to quite a bit down
What,
from what they're showing for sure, right?
sure, yes,
It would be
you're right.
about
I'm sorry. to
30
interrupt.
spaces, maybe?
Would only be like 30 spaces, is that right?
I'm just guessing, 32.
And are, given that a lot of this is intending to be, I guess, accessible by foot or bike, I don't know if you guys want to cap yourself on parking spaces. You probably don't.
Yeah, I think we want to be careful there. Again, we're open to considering that, but we do want to make sure that we have adequate parking. I think that's a concern here for that site specifically.
Maybe 25.
How many?
25 maybe?
Did you think?
How about no more
But
than
I don't
30?
know.
Again,
I don't
I'm
want to.
concerned about that limitation.
How about no more than 30?
30 we can work with.
And you done?
Yeah, for now.
Jerry?
No, I'm not, but I'm
If
trying to
you're,
take a
you're
breath.
asking for my approval on that
No,
piece?
you asked me anything else? You just,
No, I don't. I don't.
I guess the couple things on the uses, which we've talked about
Yes.
before, is the automotive
Oh, yes.
service station should be removed,
Yes,
Yes,
and the storage facility should be removed for this site.
that's fine.
yeah,
It's going to
you-
be retail,
you,
right?
you can strike those.
Okay. I thought you should have added a few other ones here, but that's your
I
business.
think we need another bank along that road, though. We
Yeah, I
only
know.
have 7.
And then again, for the height, we got 40 feet from on the residential building, and you're asking for 50 here. Is that
We can-
necessary?
We can do 40.
40? Yeah. Okay, good. So basically, we're looking at a 40-foot building, around 5,000 square feet, with no more than 30
Parking spaces.
spaces, and no automobile service station and no storage facility, but other normal retail, entertainment.
Well,
and
and they
restaurants.
were going to work on that side that's
single-
on,
yeah,
on
single-
Jasmine Lane to get it away
Oh,
from
yeah.
that
And that's-
single-family house.
And one in and out is what we decided, or no? One in and out driveway?
I didn't hear us discuss that, but
To the extent that there is a concern about the access to it, like from our perspective, we don't have an issue with that. I'm always a bit hesitant to limit access just because of
Well, but it's a
with
small,
PRC,
it's
but
down to a 5,000 square
we-
foot
we-
building. There
we-
wouldn't be a lot of in and outs,
yeah,
right?
we do not have any issue with that from our.
well, the DOT is going to be your
That is correct, and they
Correct.
brother in bed on that. So
They
it's.
Yeah, that,
I feel better about the residential that's above it now that it's 40 feet instead of 50 feet. It looks like there is a significant setback
That buffer's here.
from 594 Kings Trail.
They won't need parking.
I would just have been curious as to whether that fellow or gal knew that there was going to be even a 40-foot tall building put right next to it.
The one at the end of Jasmine?
No, the one on Kings Trail,
Oh.
which is right near
Mm.
the 18 condos.
and we've spoken about this, I think, for other sites
I know,
before.
I know.
And again, I understand, and it is a very appropriate question. They were provided notice, and obviously we've adjusted significantly, or there's been some adjustments on this, but they were provided notice related to what was going to be proposed to be there.
can we just clarify? I want to, well, 2 things. One, is there a condition on driveway access, or is it just going to be subject to DOT permitting?
I would almost rather, if they're going to have an access at all, I'd rather have them have 2. I think that's safer than having 1 because it gives people, they can get in the queue. Somebody can come in.
A separate in and a separate out.
Yeah.
We just won't go there. They'll just get,
Jerry, I wasn't trying to belittle
Yes, you did,
your.
Pete, you hurt me.
yeah. Okay, sounds good. No condition related to access. Second one is is there no buffer along Sunset Boulevard or retaining trees along there We talked about that in
Well,
generality.
Well, I think they can do that,
the
I
gateway
guess.
overlay is going to apply there.
It will, but that doesn't necessarily, ensure that the trees along there would be maintained.
So it would be, you're talking about would be looking at that 25-foot setback?
You
in
said
the
you would
front?
look at a 50-foot setback. I
This
think you
50
did.
may be too much. I'm just,
Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
much.
I want to.
I think that is probably a bit excessive, just
40.
given the dimensions.
It's hard to picture shrinking down the building, taking away all the parking.
Right.
You'll have more room to do that.
Yes, and again, it is just because that if I don't have the visual in front of me showing
Yeah.
it, I am.
Well, why don't we put on 35 feet at least
That-
something to balance on, because that's significant. I mean, the front setback on a single-family home in MR3 is 25 feet. So this is another 10 foot even further
So
back.
no trees shall be removed within 35 feet. Okay.
Property line,
On the front edge there.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that
I
should
mean,
not be
except
an
for
issue, and
driveway
and
access.
Yeah, except for driveway.
And we'll obviously be able to drill down more once we get the conditions, and to the extent that there's an issue. We'll,
And you mean no heritage trees?
You're winning on
Just
that.
no What do you-
That's a good point.
Well,
we
the
need-
majority of those in there are mature oak trees. There's
Yeah.
it's a 5-to-1 pine, 1 pine for 5 mature oaks. So
I do not foresee the 35 or the preservation of those oak trees within that, subject to obviously the entryways, and I guess like some signage that would be necessary. Subject to that, I do not see an issue.
And that's hardwoods greater than 8 inches, roughly.
I think that's it, yeah.
Okay.
Damn, we've run out of subjects.
All right.
While you're looking at your notes, planning board, we're seemingly complete with our first phase, our first run at this. I would now envision that we're going to get the notes from Wes at least by
June 6th.
Can we have it June 1st? Can we have it June 1st? We
One
see you
moment.
June 1st, so can't we have it June 1st?
June 1st should be doable. I can provide those. I just want to make sure that the board is comfortable with it. I'm going to provide those. And remember, these are going to be draft
Mhm.
to you all and the applicant at the same time.
Yes,
Sound good?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, are we on the same page?
Yeah.
We're going to get those draft comments, and then we each will go back and review each of the sites. And with our margin notes, we're going to make sure that his notes have covered what we were understanding. All right, I'm going to come to you last, but
Yep.
Sybil, anything in summary of where we are?
No, but, what day is it?
Memorial
Memorial Day.
Declaration.
Declaration Day or something.
It may be Monday already.
Jerry?
Yeah, I would like to say, I really do appreciate you kind of bending a little with us as we go through this process. I think it was very well done.
Thank you.
I'm going to say something and then turn it over to Ron. I just wish there weren't 22 applications at the same time. First of all, public relations wise, it sucked. It made it look like a steamroll was in process. And that's never good. It's not good for us. It's not good for you. So you did what you did. We have what we have.
Yeah, if I can just address that. We certainly understand that it has been cumbersome to go through these. We appreciate the board's patience, the community's patience in going through these, staff's patience. We understand the concerns with the scope of this. It is done intentionally because of the interconnectivity of the sites, and it is not done to steamroll or to force things through. We've tried to be transparent about that. We have, again, had extensive community input and will continue to do so. And I think, or I would hope that given our openness to additional conditions, more restrictive conditions, that it emphasizes this is not us trying to force our plan upon the town, but to work with the town and its residents to find agreeable compromises for the benefit of everyone.
Well, thank you. Ron is going to speak about something that we think is like an overview, and it's important.
Well, two things. One, a small things. I kind of wish you guys would have numbered these drawings and pages uniquely. I'm engineer, kind of on that subject and a page number and a rev number, so we know what the rev level we're at on these pages. Okay, that's a process thing. But the last thing, and we're not going to resolve this now because I'm going to be done with this in less than the 8 minutes we have left or whatever, is we have not talked at all about traffic impact. Traffic infrastructure impact. Obviously, they're going to say there's no way we're doing a traffic impact study. But I think we need to at least have that on the agenda for the next, when we continue that, to talk about, to make sure, I guess in my mind, they're going to say there's little or no impact on traffic. And in reality, there's probably going to be some impact on traffic, but I don't know how we figure out what it is. But I guess in my mind, as long as somebody is standing up and saying, if there's a problem, we're going to pay to fix it. Because I don't know if you can even figure out what's going to happen. Yet all the entrances, the egress and ingress, the new entrance, we apparently got, right, we got a new entrance. We don't know what Angel Trace Road is. So it's probably, I have no illusion that we're going to get some sort of formal certified traffic impact study, but maybe some good faith estimates from the applicant on what they think is going to happen, the effects are going to be. One, to assuage the people that live there that what's going to happen. And if they think there may be a few bottleneck areas that may pop up, as even Pete's talked about some hills and bumps and stuff, that they're going to address those themselves as needed without like a huge fight later or something. So we're not going to do this now because we're out of time, but I think we should be on our agenda to talk about at the continuation of the meeting.
I'll work with staff to figure out the best way to navigate down that.
And thank everybody.
And happy to obviously look at that issue. Estimates are obviously use dependent. And so it is, and we've drilled down on that more. It would, getting estimates for many of these sites, just because they are use dependent on what they're going to be, and that's how you calculate those impact analyses, is going to be would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible at this stage. It would be something that would certainly potentially come up depending on what we develop at certain sites as part of the site development process. We're happy to at least take a look at the traffic and see what we can provide. I just wanted to be forthright with the board as to our limitations regarding that at this juncture.
Right. But I guess I agree you can't come up with these exact numbers. But I guess I think the residents would feel better if somebody just stood up and said, if we need something done, a stop sign, an extra turning lane, you're going to take care of it.
Correct. In terms of what we have to do as we go through the site development process, whether that is with the town or NCDOT, to the extent that we have to make offsite improvements for access, and those are required by the applicable law, we certainly will do that. And we will ensure that there is safe ingress and egress to these sites. We are bound by that both locally and at the state level. So we will, I can promise you, and there's obviously no way that we can get out of those requirements.
Glad you said it that way too. That's appreciated.
One more
Anything
thing.
else from staff?
Yeah, I have one thing. You got notebooks on your desk. I didn't want to be made fun of by Mr. Bruno anymore. You have notebooks for your new draft language. We will meet next Thursday for a further UDO update, our next meeting.
Is our plan just 1 and 2 on Thursday?
Yes. Or
That is-
however we can get through.
That has
but
nothing to do with this
That's correct.
hearing. This is not,
Not for you guys.
there's not a
That's
meeting.
correct.
It's planning board planning.
Yeah.
Yes.
We want you to come back.
Yeah, come back
But-
again.
But what I will say is that I've provided you these notebooks twofold. One, take your articles that you've already received, put it in there. And two, hold on to these because when this is ultimately adopted, these will be your notebooks for your new.
You told me we were going to get little notebooks. We wouldn't have expected notebooks anymore.
Well, you need a big one to
Yeah,
fit it all in.
big
All right, I'm
And
gonna,
thank everybody.
I'm gonna
Continue.
make a we're gonna
Recess.
make a motion that we recess this meeting until Wednesday, the 7th of June at 9 a.m. here in council chambers. Can I have a second?
So, yes. No, we're doing this again.
Yeah. Yes, we are, because we're getting notes, we're getting Wes's comments. We're still not finished with this conditional zoning. They're coming back. They're coming back. All right, I need a second.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
No, meeting recess.
Meeting recessed.